The chair calls to order this special meeting of the Scottsdale Unified Number 48 Governing Board on October 18th, 2021. The time is 5:02 p.m. Vice President Sanowski, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? No, it's on my shirt. How about that?
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. That's a cue.
That's a cue.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will do just a roll call by name, and you can say here. Board Member Beckman.
Here.
Beckham, sorry, I'm losing it. Vice President Sanowski.
Here.
Board Member Hart-Wells.
Here.
Board Member Lindsay.
Here.
And Jan Michael Greenberg is here. All 5 board members are present, and there is a quorum. We will now move to agenda item 4. Meeting will be facilitated by Dr. Connie Cam with Cam Solutions. Introduction and commence the workshop. 1, to review and discuss the board self-evaluation and 360 feedback, and discuss district goals for the 2021-2022 school year and key performance indicators. Dr. Cam.
Thank you very much. All of you received from Ms. Wagner an email with the agenda. We'll be working off the emailed agenda. All the links you will need for today's or tonight's work is linked to the agenda. So take a moment and get yourself set up. I will show you what the agenda looks like. Everybody has found that. We're going to be doing an activity based on a link on that agenda in just a moment. Any questions? Did you all find the agenda? Thank you. All right. Let's take a look at an overview of our agenda for this evening. It's very ambitious. We're going to start out with just the welcome and introductory activity. Then we'll move into governing board goals. And these are goals you're going to hold yourselves accountable for, so they're goals about you, by you. Then we're going to move into a deeper understanding of the strategic planning process. I want you to all understand where the indicators and the goals come into this process. We're just entering in that phase right now, so I want everybody to understand what we're doing, because we would like all the indicators and the focus on goals to come together. Then we're going to examine the strategic planning process and move to determining district KPIs, which will take us to the close of our meeting, determining finally what our next steps need to be. So that gives you an overview about our work tonight. Sometimes when I start meetings like this where we have to have lots of discussion, I'll start out with norms of the meeting. But to save some time, I thought you might just enjoy using the norms that Chaparral High School came up with, as I'm working with them on their school improvement process, their strategic planning process. So if these norms will do, we'll just use these norms. I'll let you go ahead and read them, and on your agenda you have a link to the norms. Anything you want to add or delete? All right. I was quite impressed with what they came up with. I think those are great norms. This was just a few weeks ago when I was working with them on their school improvement. Any questions about those norms? Anything you want to add? Anything you want to delete? All right, then those will stand for our norms for our meeting. Here are our objectives. By the end of this meeting, I would like us to have determined governing board goals. Those are goals for you based on your 360 feedback, your self-analysis, and establish KPIs for proposed goal areas. And I say proposed because the design team has just now come up with strategic goals. Ultimately, all this will come to you for your approval, but I want to show you exactly where we are in this process, and we can work off of these goals as we think about district-wide or board KPIs. All right, here's our activity. If you'll click on your agenda, on the agenda you will see this link. It says Inquiry-Based Activity 1A. So if you'll click on that, it will take you to a document that looks like what I have on the slide. And I'm going to give you a moment. It'll take a while to come up because it's almost like a series of pictures. This is what it looks like. So I'm going to give you a moment to choose one of those quotes, which are statements I've used in the strategic planning process in getting people to think about where we are going as we prepare to address future-ready learners. Our goal in a world that's very different than it was 40 or 50 or 150 years ago is to prepare an education system that prepares future-ready learners. So take a moment and then choose one of those areas. There's a prompt. You don't have to follow the prompt. You may talk to it in any direction you choose. But let's just warm up with some of these statements. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes to consider. All right. Have I given you enough time? Do you have one you'd like to talk to? Dr. Menzel, would you lead us off?
Oh, it'll come as no surprise to you, Dr. Cam, that I'm choosing number 5. Energy follows attention. Wherever you place your attention, that is where the energy of the system will go. Energy follows attention means that we need to shift our attention from what we're trying to avoid to what we want to bring into reality. When I first met Dr. Cam, and we were having conversations, we shared that we had both read and appreciated the work of Otto Scharmer. And in tonight's context, as we're thinking about the future of SUSD and our goals and setting goals not only for the short term, but also thinking about how that plays into our longer term goals, I really think it's important to call attention to what we spend our time and energy on. For the last 15, 16 months, the agenda has been dominated by COVID, but the agenda really needs to be dominated about how do we improve outcomes for all of our students as we build the Scottsdale that will ensure future-ready learners. So that's the reason I chose that quote.
Well, and you know I love that you chose it. We've talked about Otto Scharmer's work. He is an extension of Peter Senge's work on systems thinking. And your strategic plan is really a strategic planning process. It is how do you align everything in the system to make sure we're going the same direction. And Otto Scharmer has added another depth to Peter Senge's work by talking about what goes beneath mental models. And it's called awareness-based change, so I'm glad that you chose Otto Scharmer. All right, who'd like to go next? You can skip. This is not a mandatory activity, but would somebody like to go next?
I chose number 5 also.
Okay.
Because I do think that putting any energy towards something that we don't value today is a waste of energy, whether it's personnel resources or financial. So I really want us to, I think we need to be focusing all of our energy on what we aspire to be and what we want that's best for all of our students. And this one really spoke to me. There are a couple others that did as well, but that one did very directly.
Excellent. You know, I want to commend Scottsdale for moving forward on strategic planning in this era of turbulence. That took a lot of courage. You know, we're in the midst of COVID, but you knew you needed to focus on the future and preparing students and improving. It's a continuous improvement process. And to step forward and do this work right now when we're all scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, what's next, I really commend you because you are putting your energy into your future just by the very nature of this work we're doing. Anyone else?
I'll go.
Okay.
I actually started with 5 as well, but since we
I get that one, yeah.
I'll go to the next one, which is Peter Drucker's number 2, and that is the greatest danger in times of turbulence isn't the turbulence itself, right? It's the way that you're thinking, using kind of status quo,
Yes.
outdated thinking, and that hits home. I think being visionary is something that is hard for people to do. It's hard, particularly for systems that are ossified in place to a certain extent,
Good
and
word.
also established power centers have to be disruptive, and we're already in a time of disruption of external forces, and to disrupt internally with intent is that much more difficult, I think. So I think it makes it a little more hard, but I also think it means it's that much more necessary.
Yeah.
Beautifully said. Yes, ma'am.
So I will pick a different one, number 3, because I think we can create the best product in the entire world. We can create a visionary environment, etc. But unless we have trust and buy-in from those 3 stakeholder groups, we're going to go nowhere. So succinctly, that's why it's important. I look forward to doing that.
Yeah. Ms. Beckman, thank you for choosing that one because you saw that that was our own study.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always believed that all the adults in the system have to be centered on the children and build this culture of trust to really move forward. But it was really nicely substantiated in our own study. And it has been near and dear to my heart. You don't build cultures of trust, it's hard to move forward. So thank you for choosing that one. Gentlemen?
I like number 3 as well.
Okay.
Just spoke to me as a parent and that trust I have with my daughter's teachers through the years and how important that is for her success and all the other students' success.
Very right. Great. Super. Thank you.
I went with the first one with specific focus on kind of the last 2 sentences there because I feel that really the other 4 fall into that entire concept there, and that is, we're not just talking about changing X or Y. This is a systemic change that we're looking for, and it's a system that we operate in, whether that's the rules that we have to follow from the Board of Education or in the standards that they establish, to any legal requirements, but also the system that we have in place with how we educate, who we educate, how we what students come to our schools, what parents we work with. So I really like the systemic focus of that and really trying to shift the focus. I really built into number 5 really nicely to shift that focus and put our energy into that.
President Greenberg, I'm glad you chose that one too. Some of you, I think you've all read the book, right? Mm-hmm. There are some new things that just came out too that I'd be happy to share with you. From this group, NCEE, they truly have a world understanding of what is the shift worldwide and how does that impact our understanding is how does that impact how we do business, how we work in the Scottsdale district. I'm really liking more and more of Mark Tucker's work and his colleagues too. It's a very productive group. So I'm glad you chose that one, President Greenberg. All right, the reason I chose these particular quotes is these are all conversations that we have had in the strategic planning process throughout the design team meetings. And truly, when we get to the words, which will be a little bit later in our meeting, I'm going to ask you to reflect on these ideas. Where do you see them in the vision, mission, values, and the draft that we have so far of strategic goals? So we're going to come back to this. All right, let's move on to your self-reflection before we get into the heavy lifting of KPIs and how all of this works together with the strategic planning process. So here's what I have for you. If you'll look on your agenda, it's probably going to be better if I look on the agenda. Hang on a second, I'm not sure what happened. Jonathan? Jonathan?
2P1.
Oh.
There it is.
Magic. Okay, so if you'll look at this slide, it will outline what you have this, through your links on the agenda. So what I'm going to ask you to do, there's a lot of just thinking and reflecting here before we actually get to the Google Doc, and Ms. Wagner is going to be our typist here, so that as you start to share on the Google Doc, we can make it visible to all, but we have a couple steps first. So what I've given you links to are off of your website, Power and Responsibilities of Board Members, a link to your self-evaluation, and a link to the 360 feedback. And what I'm going to ask you to do is look through that input, and here are some questions, and they're also on your handouts. What do we observe? What do we wonder? Where do we need more information? So in looking at these three pieces, you will notice on your agenda, and I'm going to escape to the agenda right now so I can show you. I've given you two documents. One is just for your reflection in this process. So you'll notice it says goal activity in Word. That's for you to download if you choose to start writing some ideas and typing. You also have tablets right by you. So we're going to take some minutes to let you just have some think time. What are you seeing? And what might be some goals that you're setting for yourselves? These aren't goals that you're setting for Dr. Menzel yet. These are just goals that you're setting for yourselves based on what others are saying about you, based on your self-reflection, and based on the rules that govern board members. So take a few minutes, look through those items. You can download, as I said, this Word doc just to jot down some of your ideas. Then we will all come together and suggest goals for improvement. And this is where Ms. Wagner will type on a Google Doc for us that we all have access to what these goals are. All right, so you have three items to look at, have some self-reflection time, jot down your thoughts, and then we'll start to share. Again, these are goals for you about your role as governing board leaders. And by the way, thank you for doing this. I'm so deeply appreciative of those of you who step up and lead school boards. So just personally, thank you for doing it. All right, any questions about what I'm asking you to do before I stop talking?
So yes,
Okay.
so these goals are internal goals for us as far as how
As
we.
far as how you, like, if you see some feedback.
So no external goals, no.
No, not yet.
Okay.
We're going to get to those, and I want to bring us together on those as you see where the design team has gone, because right now we're at an intersection point. And I'm going to ask you by the end of the meeting to really interact with those goals and give us some advice through KPIs. But at this point, this is just internal reflection on your 360 feedback, your self-evaluation, and I don't know how useful it is to have the powers and responsibilities. I'm sure you know them well, but I included it anyway. All right? Then if you want to type your thoughts, use this Word doc in green. If you want to write it down, and then we will all come together in not too many more minutes and start setting goals for improvement. Any questions? All right, let's take, do you think 9 minutes is enough for you? Are you at 10 minutes? Let's go wild and go 10 minutes. All right, 10 minutes. And I'll check back in with you and make sure you're ready. Yet, you can type on that green Word doc. Nobody else can see it but you. Then we're going to bring your thoughts together and type on that blue link, and Gladys will type as we speak. If you choose to go ahead and put things right into the blue link, that's fine. I just wanted you to know that as soon as I bring up the Google Doc, everybody will see what you wrote. This is think time. Three more minutes.
No, I've read it. I was pulling it up to find a couple things I wanted to bring up.
All right, that's time's up. However, do you need a couple more minutes?
No.
Fine.
Just noting for the record that board member Lindsay has rejoined the meeting.
Does anybody need more time? Because I can give you more time. Okay. All right, let's take a moment now. Ms. Wagner is going to actually be doing the typing, unless you'd like to type your own in. I'm going to bring up the Google Doc so we can all see. Let's make some suggestions and have some dialogue about goals that you would like to set for yourselves. Let me see if I can make this a little bit larger so you can all see it comfortably, although you can all watch on your own screens as well. And then I'll say out loud, for the purpose of our auditory recording, we will have a dialogue about that. Ultimately, I'll read them all so that it's noted.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Dr. Cam, I'm just wondering about the initial prompts that you gave in terms of what do we observe and what do we wonder.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, is that going to be part of this conversation as well before we get into specific goals?
It certainly can be. Let me pull the slide back up. Here we go. I can make these a little bit larger so we can see them a little bit better. All right, let's start the conversation there.
Well, I had one in particular.
Yes.
On number one, on the board self-evaluation, the board has an appropriate number of meetings each year to accomplish all of its responsibilities. And we had 2 or 40% disagree, another that are neither agree, then we've got to agree and strongly agree. But I don't know on the disagree if it's too few or too many.
Right.
Okay, let's bring that to conversation for a bit.
I feel like we get to our, the end of the meeting, or at least the second half, and kind of like, let's go. Right. You know, so I don't know if our agenda is too packed full, and maybe some of the issues don't even have to be on it, or I think with better planning, maybe we could spread it out in a more timely manner, so it's not, we need to get this done because we've got till the end of this month in order to decide, for example, an IGA or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could, you know, plan things out, back plan the whole year, what we need to do, what's timely when, and then fill in what we, the work that we have to decide on throughout that calendar year. I think that would maybe get us to the end of meetings going, okay, we don't have to rush through things near the end.
Well said. Good thinking. Anyone else?
Any other feelings on?
I just kind of feel like 1 ties into 3 a little bit for me personally, because sometimes we don't get the information, and then it feels like it makes our meetings take longer. They drag on and don't feel as prepared sometimes, depending on when we get the information. I feel like if we got the information earlier, we'd be able to have that back and forth and maybe feel more productive during the second part of the meetings. They just get to a point sometimes where they're very long, and the second half just kind of feels like it drags a little bit. Maybe it's not as productive.
Right. I imagine a lot of board members would agree with you on that. There are meetings at night. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, since that was one of the things. What I observed is, and just a little bit of context, this board self-evaluation comes from corporate self-evaluation. So this is what corporate boards generally use to evaluate. There were very few edits I think we made. Certain questions just didn't apply. But it kind of raised a few things. One, it wasn't just meeting numbers and agenda materials, length of meetings, board committees and reports, president effectiveness and agenda setting, risk analysis. There's a lot in there that we rated very poorly in terms of, and my assumption is we rated them poorly because we don't do it. but it makes me wonder all this makes me wonder whether we all have a common understanding of what our role and responsibilities are, because in part, and my feeling is that in part, we are legally required to review a number of matters and approve things, expenditures, personnel changes, all that we always toss in there. If we have to extend medical leave, we have to do that. There are all these things that we have to approve in order for the administration to move forward. But then the added on things that we put on, are those added on things because we personally really care about them, or are they because they genuinely fall within our role and responsibility of, and if we look at BBA, essentially, advice and oversight, right? Policy creation, and then auditing that and compliance and risk analysis, that's kind of what's set out here, this legislative function. The executive function is for the superintendent really to carry out. And then our final job is that oversight appraisal function of auditing those programs. Are they performing how we want? Are we hitting the overarching goals that we should be meeting? And I think, in my view, I don't think we do that because we do put so much into our meetings, but I think we're missing that. So that's kind of what I was wondering. Do we have a common understanding? Do we like what we're discussing at meetings? Do we feel that that's really what we should be discussing? Are we micromanaging? Are we getting into the weeds? Those are the types of questions that have been floating in my mind after reviewing the self-evaluation and the 360 feedback. And thank you. I don't know how many people 28 people participated.
28 responded. It was sent to cabinet, principals, executive, director, so director, executive director, leadership at that level, and the association presidents.
So probably about 50 people.
Probably. Yeah.
So that's pretty good response. I know it takes a while to go through, so I just want to thank everybody for doing that as well. But I'll leave it there and let the discussion proceed.
All right, so let me just sum up what we've talked about so far. It was introduced that we get to the end of the meeting and we're exhausted and there's much to do and we're kind of forced to hurry by instead of really deliberate. Perhaps we don't have enough information going into the meeting. And then the clarity of what do we do as board members? Are there things that we're asked to solve and discuss that really fall more into the purview of the superintendent and your leadership at the district level? Any other thoughts? Did I miss anything?
Oh, it was well summarized.
Any other thoughts?
Yes. Well, part of it, I believe, is that we're in a new environment and we need to find out kind of the trajectory we're on. Meaning old school boards, the superintendent pretty much did everything. Public schools were the only dog in town and everyone trusted and people for the most part were happy. Now that we have school choice and we have our community a lot more involved and wanting answers to things and rightfully making decisions based on what they see, hear, and think, I feel like the boards are put in a particular position to want that information out there. And so where do we effectively communicate more on the district level so that we're not constantly feeling like we're using our governing board meetings as a method of communication to our public at large, and therefore they go 4 and 5 hours? Because I think that's part of our issue, is that we need to figure out how we effectively can get information out to our community, parents, teachers, administration at the level that's not necessarily during the governing board meeting, so that we don't feel like we have to go 4 and 5 hours with these presentations to give people information that they're asking for.
Well said.
Yes, to dovetail on that, I agree, and I do believe that the board meetings have become a marketing communication tool and over-relied upon one, in large part because of the pandemic and that needed to happen. But when it comes to some of the other more operational executive functions, having the board kind of be out front on those kinds of responsibilities doesn't really jive with how we operate, because we can't sit and talk and deliberate outside of the board meeting. So it's clunky to me. And so I think the appraisal function is also underutilized in our agendas. efficiency and effectiveness of the operation and the organization is very important. So I'm just wondering, as a constructive suggestion, in the development of the agenda, to think about these three categories and each action item that ends up there or discussion item, what does it tie to? Which function does it tie to? Just to streamline, this is that kind of level of, all right, well, where does this fall in our about three buckets? And do we have too much of the executive function here? Do we have too much one? And to Vice President Zanowski's point, there are certain things that can be pre-planned. A little maybe better, so that we're not having to make a decision on something that maybe we haven't had an opportunity to really digest because the contract's going to expire, or so that feels uncomfortable, and that's unnecessary. And I realize things happen, and it's not a criticism. I'm just thinking of constructive suggestions on a way to kind of rethink agenda setting.
Okay, well said. Any other thoughts?
I think that also maybe ties into what we as board members request to be on meetings too, in a sense that maybe some of those don't need, and you're actually really good at this, board member Hartwells, and when you want to discuss something, you identify that actually there might be other opportunities like this committee meeting or a 2x2x1 where we could, if you're interested, go and discuss that subject matter rather than put it in a board setting, and that might be something we want to collectively work on as well, as saying, for those things that we are have either a personal interest in or we are concerned about, that might be the starting place for that discussion. And if it needs to come before the board because the board needs to take action or approve the administration to do some work or something, we could kind of escalate it, if that makes sense. And then that way we really are focusing on the legislative side and focusing on that appraisal side as opposed to focusing a lot on the execution. Because really, the way I view things is we dictate, here are the broad goals. We expect you to perform them. You come and tell us how you've done, and then we question you about that, see what we can do better. Where did we fail? Where did we succeed? If that makes sense. And I don't know if everyone shares that view with me, but that's where I would like to see us go to.
I would like us to really focus on how do we improve, because I do feel like we get looped in on a lot of, as a governing board, we get looped in on a lot of issues that kind of put us in the middle of providing individual investigations or counsel. And that's awkward because we often don't know the baseline details of the situation. And of course, communication is so important, yet we don't have the tools to properly communicate back to a community member because we haven't been involved in this situation, and maybe it's been going on for 6 months or 2 years or whatever. And to get caught up to speed quickly through an email or a quick discussion at a board meeting really doesn't necessarily doesn't do due diligence to that individual's concern. So I do feel like we kind of get put in the middle of stuff where we don't belong. And maybe in identifying when we're focusing on an agenda, I know a lot of it comes from cabinet and the district before we even go into our agenda setting meetings. It's a pretty lengthy list. So here's a question, can we go, nope, not, let's put this back into, back to whoever should be solving this problem instead of having it come to the board. Because I think about that when I see our agenda lists, like, do we have to do this? I don't know, do we? So maybe if we have more clear understanding of someone making that decision of this is appropriate to be on our agenda, and this really is better directed somewhere else. So we're not put into those council investigative type situations. And I'm not just talking about parent issues, I'm talking about employee issues or student issues as well.
Well said.
Can I,
Yes,
for clarification,
please.
can you give me an example of something on an agenda that you think might not needed to have been there?
No, not off the top of my head, not specific details. But there are times I go, wow, that's a lot. I don't know if it should go elsewhere.
Right.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, whatever, but everything that is on an agenda should be, it's a roadmap. It should be a discussion item that's going to become an action item unless a board member specifically has asked for something to be on an agenda about a specific topic. So they're really, or the superintendent has talked to the board president and said, here's a continuous improvement plan from this high school or whatever. These are routine things we'd like to keep rolling through the board agenda. There really shouldn't be anything else on there. It's pretty
So typically,
concise.
if there's an expenditure of resources, if it's over $100,000, then it requires formal board approval. We've been working to provide information on some of the other expenditures because there's keen interest in terms of that stewardship responsibility of the district. So that's part of what's there. It's the value of the consent agenda is that we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but it's also something that's a public document available not only to the governing board, but to anyone who looks at our agendas to understand how we're expending public resources. When it comes to personnel and HR issues, the board is ultimately the group responsible for authorizing hiring and firing decisions within the organization. So there are a lot of things that end up in consent that have to be there. We don't have discretion as the administrative team to do that. When it comes to a school improvement plan for a building, I'm not sure that we've brought any of that specifically forward. We would bring the strategic plan to the governing board because that's directional for the district. And so I think you're right that some of the agenda items become a matter of interest of one or more governing board members and or something that we think that the community would benefit from a larger conversation. Whether or not that should happen at the governing board meeting or in another venue, I think that's a good conversation to have.
So one area, which I cannot remember if we did this or not, but I would like to see when you're setting the agenda is I think we can do a better job of the time frames, meaning how long each item is going to take. And I don't know if you guys are doing that in your meetings because they get quite lengthy. And I don't want to be the person that says, this isn't a priority, so let's kick it off, because it's more worthy to have this on if they're all important. But to your point earlier, Board Member Sanowski, is if you get into the situation where you have, this is going to take, say that, Shannon Crozier has something on there and it's going to take us, and you're guesstimating it's taking 60 minutes or something, and you go through the agenda and you're like, wow, this is lengthy. And it's obvious that you probably are doing that, but I mean, we could probably do a little bit better because they are getting, those presentations are getting long.
So I think that raises 2 points that we've been discussing. One, we collectively spoke to Dr. Menzel in the past about the desire for short presentations and basically faster turnaround time on these. What I have since learned, one, that did not work according to plan, although we did try, and Dr. Menzel has really tried, and so has the administration. The other thing that we discovered is that's not really how a lot of other, what I would consider pretty smooth operating boards have functioned. What they do is they prioritize presentations on key areas. So for example, key performance indicators being a major area that the board is and I've brought up, I can read some out, but Stanford Business Schools identify those. We don't approve lower tier ones, but we identify them and have that discussion. We might want to have a lengthy presentation discussion about that. But in the other items, as we did for the first time at this last meeting, we don't have presentations at all on those items. We just open the floor to questions because it's a different system, right? Rather than if we present it on everything, and the problem is that that's kind of what we have been doing. We bring somebody up, they then talk, even if it's just for 2 minutes, they still talk for 2 minutes about what their action item is or what their, and one, it slows us down. If we end up having a lot of questions and circular discussion, we can put time limits on, but then one of the concerns with the time limit is that a board member isn't satisfied with answers or didn't get that they missed their question, now they can't ask because the time's up. Then it's, well, I'm not comfortable on this, and we want everybody to be comfortable, whether they vote yes, no, or abstain. We want them to be comfortable in what they choose to do. So I think the time limit, it just adds a lot of administrative pressure then on all of us to be really quick about our questions. And we can do that. I mean, we could be like Congress and everybody gets 5 minutes and then that's it. But I don't know if that.
I agree to some extent, but I remember one particular presentation, and I'm not going to call it out. That's not fair. But the baseline presentation itself had videos and had all sorts of things that was fabulous. And I think they probably thought more is better. I really want to knock this out of the park. It was overboard, and it would by itself was probably a good hour in length. So I would never want to limit board member questions because we have to be fully apprised of whatever we want to vote on. We have to. But that particular presentation, and there's been a few of them, just on its own was a lot. And so, I'm not expecting to solve this now. I'm just saying keep this in the back of your mind. Is there a way to speak to some of our presenters and say, okay, just by itself, we'd like to see you keep this to 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Now, there are going to be things that get like...
I was saying 5.
Yeah, no, I mean,
You're generous.
This one was a key critical presentation. It was significant, and we've had a few. But whatever time frame you come up with, but there should be a baseline time amount where you say, this is our expectation, that you kind of keep it within these parameters. We understand that things can go a little sideways. You might get questions, etc. There's going to be some variance there, but for the most part, it should be within these parameters. So, I don't know.
I'm going to jump in here just for a second. Remember, your task now is to set goals for self. So when we think about presentations that are too long, then your goal might be to clarify expectations for presentations, for the ordering of the agenda. But remember, we're thinking about what can we do to make this run more smoothly.
And I was doing that in line with the whole board.
I know you were, exactly. I'm just reiterating.
Yeah. Okay.
So may I propose one of the changes, because it seemed like we all agreed at least on this one, and that was focus on legislative and appraisal function for board meetings in agenda setting. Would that be an appropriate one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, stated well.
Okay. Bam, we got one.
Yes, ma'am.
Zach brought up something that I saw in one of the evaluation items as well, under the comments, and it was about getting information with enough time that we can review through it. And we all have lives. And when we look at, if we get something on Thursday or Friday, the weekend before governing board meeting, it's almost like you have to schedule time to evaluate that, and then you get a question to someone, and then you're waiting for the response back. And staff has been fabulous with either getting immediate responses back individually or including those responses in their presentations, which has been very helpful. But I think what you said might be a key to avoiding some of that last minute stress that we all feel. And I know the staff feels it as well. And that would be if we could, again, plan what we're going to do with as much advance notice and then get the information, that would be, get it in advance, that would be helpful. Because then I think we're not going to be having that quick turnaround and going into a meeting feeling like that wasn't really quite what I meant. Because when you're communicating only through written correspondences, you rely on trying to understand that person's email or whatever, and it may not even be addressing your question. So I think that advance notice would be super helpful.
Dr. Menzel, out of curiosity, would it be possible, now I don't know if board members want to do this, but would it be possible to set an expectation or work on a way that instead of the email back and forth, which is exhausting, although there's the benefit that all board members can then receive the answers, to make sure that there's time scheduled that people who are either presenting or they have an item up can take a phone call for 10 minutes. That's usually an easier way to go back and forth than via email. Again, I kind of hate saying that because I do like the benefit of seeing the other questions being asked and the
I like
answers.
seeing other
but-
questions 'cause they help me too.
At the same time, it would, I would feel more prepared or for better approving things if I could just hop on the phone with somebody and go, hey, you know, I have a question about this. And
So I think there are a couple of things that come into play. And I'll start with what Julie suggested, or her comment, and then yours. There are some things that we can do that for in terms of advanced, we know it's coming, it's regular. The problem is this, the AFR had to be done by October 15th. That's a fixed date in statute. 15th? Yeah. And we had fall break. The state didn't get us the forms, and then they modified the forms that had to be redone. So there was no ability for Shannon and her team to get the governing board anything any sooner than they did. And even when we got it to you, it still had to be revised. So there are some things where it's just not possible, given how timing flows, to have all of that in advance. So where there are things, when we're working on policy, when we're working on long lead items, when we're talking on new initiatives or signature programs, all of those things, that absolutely can be done ahead of time. There are a number of other things where we're dependent on other sources of information. And so I think about our GMP contract negotiations, which can go up to the very last minute, but if we wait 2 meetings or 2 weeks until the next meeting to approve it, it could impact the entire construction timeline for Kiva,
Right.
as an example. So that's the tension point, is the need to get things done timely, the fact that we meet twice a month, and when we get information in order to be able to get it to you. When it comes to, I think our team is always willing to have a conversation to be able to answer a question, but I do agree that the written response is beneficial so that everyone can see it. And we've been working to be consistent in when we get an individual question, making sure we send the response to everyone. One of the comments in the board self-evaluation was maybe we could find a way to capture that and even post it, because then you don't have to rehash the conversation at the board table because everyone can read the answer.
There's public too that don't see all that goes in before the
Right.
meeting, so it's helpful for them to see all the back and forth and questions.
Right. So I think there might be a way to do that can help expedite things as well, ensure that we're transparent, and it's clear then to the public that the governing board is actually reviewing the agenda, asking important questions, getting answers to those questions before taking action on the items in front of the board. So I think it's a balancing act. I get a little anxious when I think about trying to back up. We do our board agenda setting the Tuesday before the meeting. To have everything prepared a full week in advance for our team, who are also doing other parts of their job every day, is also really difficult, but it's almost impossible when you have things that you're depending on other people that you don't control. And the state changes the AFR forms, for example, or some of those other pressure points. And so that's the balancing act.
so, sorry, board member Harwell's.
Related to that, the comment about if we didn't really, that wasn't what we meant, us contacting the administration or the relevant project lead. I would invite the same in return. Instead of trying to answer a question you didn't particularly understand, to reach out to whomever the inquiry is coming from to clarify. Otherwise, it ends up being inefficient to get a off point or a non-response, and this saves everybody time and energy, right? And it's hard to read if there is to be read between the lines there. So I am a much bigger proponent of this, maybe 2 by 2 by 1, and having conversations to avoid and just the inefficiencies of miscommunications than I am these, tennis matches of emails. However, I think there's something to be said for the written record of the responses and the questions to be shared among us, because we can't share.
Right.
So if
There's value there.
If I can just quickly jump in, so we have the focus on legislative and appraisal function. What would we like to do on this point? Is one of our goals to shift more discussion items to 2 by 2 by 1s where there is interest? It could be a one-on-one, but if 3 board members really have a lot of questions about something, do we want to shift that to a 2 by 1 or 2 by 2 by 1?
So I would be careful about how we do that. I think if you did the 2x2x1 in lieu of a discussion at the board level, that might be an issue. I'd want to talk to council about that before we were moving that direction. I think, making sure the governing board has all the information it needs and that we're answering the questions is really important. How we do that, I think we should just be consistent. But then making sure that we're providing that same level of information to the public so that they can actually see what's there. I just think that's critical for transparency purposes.
What about President Greenberg's question? We already grabbed one goal that people seem to really like, and I think we're trying to solve this issue of the amount of information you have to bring in to make great decisions, and they're leading to hours and hours long board meetings. Is there a goal in that discussion that might make things more streamlined for this process and allow us to go deeper allow you to go deeper where you need to go deeper and not spend time in things that you maybe don't need to be considering as deeply? Is there a goal in there for you? Is it guidelines that you need to publish? Is it a different platform? Email is sloggy. There are other platforms for that same kind of interchange that might be discreetly for this kind of dialogue. Some businesses use different platforms for this kind of purpose. So what might be a goal in there that you could anchor on? Yes, ma'am.
To more clearly identify why decisions are made and what details and influence went into leading to the decisions.
Great. So it's really of an analysis that you're talking about, Vice President Sampson?
I mean, in some ways, I just go back to the first one, focusing on what our true role is, because I do think we get into the weeds quite a bit beyond what is needed for an appraisal function. If we're really focused on why, how did you get here, is it working, is it not working, and what have we learned, that makes sense to me. And that really could cut down time.
And the information that's in the weeds be shared publicly so they know, the public understands how the decisions are made or what went into making the decisions, those nitty-gritty details.
One thing that would make me more comfortable going down this road would be a commitment for administration to release a lot of the information to the public so that it's not the first time that the community is hearing things is when we have this public presentation. It would be helpful, and I personally think the context is very helpful to items that come before us, because if it's in a vacuum, that doesn't make sense from a systems thinking perspective alone. So I think there is an action item here, but it goes to what I thought was a universal theme, both in the board of self-evaluation and in the 360, which was communication among us with the administration and the administration communication with us and the community. And there's lots of layers to that.
So might one of your goals now to be an analysis of that communication process and how it can become more efficient?
Yes.
That's well said.
Thank you. Every once in a while. But I think that's what we're talking about. We're not going to solve the problem now, but I think a goal is to look into this and say, how can we maximize our efficiency in order to even guidelines for people who want to present something to the board. So here are the guidelines, the what, where, why, how, when kind of questions. So investigating how we can make that a more streamlined process might be a goal. Yes.
From that, and I know we're not getting into the proverbial weeds on this, but from a better communication standpoint, there has got to be some technology that every item that's on an agenda, for instance, say that Dr. Guerin put something on an agenda, that there's essentially a wall where board members could go that's live, they ask questions and she can just go and update the answers to it, and then it can be seen by us and the public, right, as far as just questions. And I know there are legal parameters we have to be careful, but I know that that has to exist so that it's not the slog of email back and forth. that it is something like, not base camp or whatever, but
Right,
something
Google
that
Docs.
is similar to where you could continually, it wasn't the back and forth, that if one of you wrote a question and she answered it at midnight, I can go on there and see that there it is, and the public could see that as well. I can't imagine that doesn't exist
It does exist.
from a communication standpoint and a transparency standpoint too.
And
Then they would know if they had something on the agenda that to expect to go there and check it.
They being the public or?
No. Every administration.
Like an alert. There's
Yeah,
something
like
that's-
Dennis Rayler has keep his GMP on there. And, you have questions, so you write them at midnight, who knows? And then he goes the next morning, he sees those, he answers those, we can all see them as well. So I know from a legality standpoint, we need to be careful.
as long as there wasn't a back and forth in the Q&A, particularly between governing board members, because that becomes deliberation on an agenda topic. If it's simply asking questions and it's not then responding to someone else who puts another question, if the only response is from the administrator, it can probably work, because it's the same as when you send an individual question and we send out the response to all the governing board members. It's one-way communication. It's the benefit of that communication. So this
And
is about the tool to do
Only the
that.
board members could contribute in administration, but the public could see it as
Right.
well. So that when we got to those meetings, they didn't go as long because you weren't trying to regurgitate every question, so.
I do think board docs might actually have functionality for
Yeah.
that. I know it has note taking, but I don't know.
Why-
Anyways, but
Anyway,
so that's
Why are we the only district that doesn't allow the public to access agendas through board docs?
We're the only one that doesn't?
I can go to any other district and I pull up their agenda and it comes up through board docs.
Really?
We don't do that.
I think they don't post. I think the reason why is we simply posted it on our website, but we can change that. We can
I
post
was just
nothing on the
curious because
site.
it's something that I've noticed when I go poke around and doing research. It's, everybody's agendas are through board docs for the public, and we don't do that.
Yeah, Gladys, if you're able to, you can just review that.
But if that tool was through board docs, then it would make sense that the public could go to board docs, they could see the agenda, they could see the questions.
And it would add efficiency and be a time saver. And then I think
Gladys, do you know if
especially
we can do that in board docs, the
Yeah.
question function?
Oh, that, I
And
don't
response.
know, but I can.
But still, we could put everything, if it would save time, because right now we're posting on board docs and also posting on.
Right.
Right, redundancy is something we
Redundant.
need to, we know it has time for
Yeah, I
that.
mean, I just thought,
Yeah.
if
Okay,
that tool exists on board docs, then it's a one-stop
Right.
place for everybody.
okay, so we have focus on legislative approval functions, appraisal functions and board meetings and agendas, analyze and improve efficiency of communication between all the stakeholder groups and what we want to do there. And do we have a third or any others?
one thing I've heard you speaking, I'm sorry, please.
No, go ahead.
Well, one thing I've heard you speaking on, and I think this might be another goal area, is when people knowing what to present and how to present to the board. I don't know if there are actual guidelines that you have published. So if a principal or a district leader needs to present something, or a community member, can we say, fine, you can give a presentation, but here are your guidelines? And here are the questions, the where, what, why, how, when type questions that we want you to clearly state this is your time frame. Do you have that already?
I don't think
We
so.
do not have a corporate presentation style.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I'm thinking about. So that might be another goal area, something that can be created, and again, add to your efficiency.
Can I ask, does the administration, does the cabinet have something like that already?
Not a formal template. We have, we've got the PowerPoint slide deck that then some people use or some don't. There are conversations about keeping presentations to 5 to 10 minutes in length. People rehearse their presentations, but it's not a fixed format because it's driven by the content. So if it's a financial presentation, it has a little bit a different look and feel than if it's a curriculum presentation.
Unless you have something that goes like, what is the desired outcome? Like, what's the end we're heading toward? What's the current problem? What are some steps toward resolution? But I think if we have that structure, it would help people. It's like when you're teaching children to write, an essay, you give them a structure at first, and then gradually they become independent of a structure. Sometimes that helps. And that's just something I'm throwing out there. But I hear some of the frustration about, that took way too long. Well, if we haven't given people structures, it probably will take longer because they don't know how to get to the point you're after. And if you're
But
always
there's-
listening for the same thing, that will help too.
But there's multiple kinds of presentations. So there's the compliance presentation, which is the AFR. That's going to follow a different format than a proposal for a new program or a presentation of a curriculum adoption that's being recommended, or an action that falls in a different area, particularly let's say a construction project. So you can have different kinds of
You can
things
have
that
different
come into
templates,
play.
yeah.
So you need more than one format. Some are really only informational. I mean, when you get your audit report or we cover any of those things, you're getting the information. You don't get to change what the auditor found. You can ask questions about it, but you don't get to change it. So that presentation format will look different than something where you might be able to say, well, I like this part of your proposal, but I think this should look a little bit differently. That's a different type of conversation.
I think that falls under the communication analysis that can be better explored by a standing committee that we put together on that.
I had another wonder, because communication's a big one, and I had made two separate kind of notes here. One, I wondered in terms of a board goal. Our board meetings really are conducted in public. They're not public meetings. We have public comment at one of the two meetings. But I wonder if there wouldn't be some value in thinking about creating designated listening sessions, board listening sessions, to address key stakeholder groups as a way to create that forum for conversation that doesn't detract from doing the business of the board.
Well, we used to have that. Those were study sessions. I mean, it was always that first meeting of the month was a study session. We didn't have action. We didn't have a consent. We didn't have anything. It was purely discussion items for first read, etc. And then the second meeting of the month was a regular meeting where we took action on those things or that potentially came from the study session. Somehow along the way it became a special meeting and a regular meeting, and then it became essentially two meetings that looked like regular meetings except for one doesn't have public comment. I mean, they've morphed along the way, but that's how it used to be. So,
For clarification, are you referring to public
So
conversations with?
So here's what I was wondering. There's a lot of work for governing boards to do, and I absolutely see how it moves to where you need to have some action items just from a time-sensitive standpoint, really on what could be considered routine matters, but when you're hiring people, when you're making those financial decisions, you really don't want to wait a month. So I see how that kind of shifted. But I think that there's some benefit in having a format outside of a governing board meeting where you hear from the public. Some people do coffee with an elected official or something. But you could have the board have an open-ended, listening session 4 times a year, or do one per learning community, to kind of get a sense of what are the issues or concerns. Or you could, because those are open sessions, anyone could come, but I would think that there are staff members who would really like to be able to just say what's on their mind to the governing board. Not everyone can come to every board meeting, and we wouldn't be able to get the board's work done if you had too many people come to those meetings. So if you create a separate opportunity as a listening session, and maybe to make the workload better, you split up the work. So 2 board members will hold a listening session at the Coronado Complex, and then we take notes on that, and that information is shared with the full governing board. It's a way to just another way. I mean, we've got online formats. People send us emails all the time. I was just wondering, because it's one of the things that I keep hearing, and to board member Beckman's comments, some of what's happened at the board conversation is our way of pushing information out. And we can probably do that more effectively so that it doesn't have to be at the board table, because we're consistently getting the information out to the larger community. It was just a wonder.
So board member Beckman, when you talked about the study sessions that you've had, and you hear Dr. Menzel talking about a listening session.
yeah, yours sounds more like a board member town hall or public hearing or something like
A
4 times a
shareholders
year.
meeting.
Well, I know the district years ago, they used to rotate a board meeting, I don't know, a quarter or whatever, engaged learning community.
Mhm.
So they do want to chaperone, and when they do a regular meeting at Coronado, like they
Right.
leave them.
If I may, I think I'm happy to do that. I don't think it's. I think it's. I mean, that's essentially a shareholder meeting at that point. People come in and yell at you or praise you or
Well, the
what
turnout
have you.
varies greatly.
Yeah, turnout varies greatly. I would rather do if we would like to do that. I think it's a good goal to set. I would rather do it all 5 of us, and essentially or 6, and you essentially sit at a long table and then people come up to a microphone and tell you what's on their minds and share it. I don't think that would really impact what the board meeting public comments at all, though. I'm not sure what the goal would be other than to give that opportunity to staff and students and parents, which I think is a great, and other taxpayers and other individuals. I think it's fine, but I'd be more than happy to participate. But I don't know if that's just part of the communication piece, or if you're thinking that there's is there a goal other than we're giving people the opportunity to have that FaceTime with us to share their.
I saw an external facing goal and a communication goal and an internal communication goal. So I could see writing 2 goals on communication, one that's outwardly focused and one that's inwardly focused from what I heard. That was just one thing that popped into my head. I'm not wedded to it. It was just, I see that there's something that's connecting with the larger community, and then there's the efficient communication between the board and the staff and the board, and every organization has communication opportunities for improvement. But if you just lump them all into one big one, I think something gets lost. I think there's 2 discrete parts of that.
Well, and then I don't want to keep belaboring this, but it is something to think about, because I have received comments that public comment in our meetings are, it's a great way to come up and say what's on your mind, but it's not reciprocated. Board members can't respond. And so constituents would like a forum somewhere, some way that board members could actually take questions and respond, back and forth. So.
Would we have to not have a quorum then?
Not if it's
In order
posted.
to have a conversation with the public about their concerns.
If it's posted, you can.
We couldn't have a conversation because we would need to define.
You
That's
couldn't
illegal.
take action on it.
We could.
Yeah.
You could have a conversation.
I think.
No?
Yeah, you could
questions.
engage in dialogue in a town hall format. You can't engage in dialogue in a regularly convened public meeting, a board meeting, because it's not it's a meeting in public. It's not a public meeting.
So what if we considered if we did, I've always thought the idea of going into communities to have conversations was really important, rather than giving the public the only opportunities that are
Right.
formalized. I think the formalized setting makes some people go, I'm not ready for that, or this isn't that important. But I think they might like to sit down and have a conversation with governing board members, or even just have someone listen to what they have to say. I highly value that. What I wouldn't want to happen is for it to be, I want it to be a conversation, not just we listen and that it's just one-way communication. I really would appreciate the ability to have 2-way communication with our community.
Dr. Menzel, when you did the town hall meetings in the different communities, there was a lot of give and take, wasn't there?
People made suggestions and also asked questions, and we went back and forth.
Could we do something like that with a board?
I think so.
So I think there are a couple things, and I'll just say I think we've covered this in the communications thing. I think that's probably where that conversation should really be had. But one, I just want to be very clear on this recording and in our minutes that I do feel that the public has that opportunity outside of board meetings. I mean, I have an office phone number that I pay for that people can call specifically on. For district matters, people can email us. We go to our site. I've met with, and you and I both had separate town halls with one community group. I've met with another community, or actually that same community group in person. That opportunity exists for everybody, and I know various board members attend different events and speak to the community and answer questions. So I don't want to give the impression that we're not, that we as a board don't do that and won't open up that opportunity. I think we actually do that. This would just be a more structured form of it. I also think the concern I have with back and forth dialogue, because even at shareholder meetings, it's unusual for people to really respond to the criticism or the praise that's heaped, but is actually precisely because of that. If one person answers the question or addresses it, and then you have other people who other members who completely disagree, and then it starts. I mean, it can be a discussion, but it then looks. The problem is somebody can answer the question wrong, so then you have to correct that. Then I would be happy to do it where it really is a listening session and just keep my mouth shut and listen to what people have to say, because I would be interested in that. But I think that falls into the communication piece. I would like to raise a goal, a third goal, and that is in a lot of these areas. So, succession planning, policy committee, and all this, we've done that through. One of the things we got rated poorly on, or we rated ourselves poorly on, was board committee updates. But we actually only have, up until this audit committee, 2 board committees. We had the trust, which isn't really a committee; it's its own separate self-insurance trust. But still, to the extent we appoint that, and it's subject to open meeting laws. And then the bond committee, correct? Is that the only other? Is that a
And the bond
superintendent
committee is a superintendent
Right,
committee,
so,
it's not appointed by the board.
Until this audit committee, we've basically had no board committees, and I think the superintendent committees were posting minutes and everything up, like some explanation of what was going on and stuff like that. But areas of like policy and risk meetings or compliance or audit, those should be, in my mind, those should be really board committees. And my question would be is whether we form those committees and take responsibility and ownership for those things, and is that a goal we want to set to evaluate that opportunity and develop those out? I don't know. I mean, other districts do have policy committees that are formed by the board and not by a superintendent, et cetera. And succession planning, I don't think Dr. Menzel's going anywhere anytime soon, but the point is that that's supposed to be for everybody. How do we uplift our own staff to move up through the ranks? How do we plan for the future and make sure that we can, bring in one of our own and kind of grow our own? So those types of issues, I don't know.
Board Member Beckman, I think you wanted to respond to that.
Summarize for me, what are you thinking that you'd like to see as a goal?
I would like to explore the development of governing board committees.
Okay, so I think that there is an appropriate place for committees for sure. I mean, there's so much work that you definitely have to streamline some of it. But I have always said, and we'll say again now, that yes, I would like to see them, if they're or governing board committees, they have to be done correctly, which I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't. We have to have minutes, they have to be open, they have to be noticed, etc. So with that goal, yes, but we go through all of those.
Well, we're legally required. The audit committee does that. We're legally required to do that. So
I would like to see all of the committees that we have be governing board committees if we're going to do that, and do it that way.
You just have to go back to goal 1.
Right, goal 1, yeah, not all committees, just governing board function
There
committees.
are committees that
Correct.
need to run
And
in
policy
schools.
would need to get revised, because right now, the board policy says you won't have any standing
Right.
committees.
So we'll have to.
And it sounds like
that.
we're contemplating the potential of standing board appointed committees, which is, lots of organizations do it, so it's not a bad thing. It's just we need to look at the whole picture.
So would that be a goal that you guys agree with, or do you not like the committee system?
I think for committees that we have in place as a district, I'd like to learn about what they're doing and to see if it's matching our goals as a governing board. That makes sense to hear from them or at least see their work.
Well, those aren't the committees. We have a ton of committees, and those are superintendent committees.
But it gets down into the organizational detail. Princeton, they have grade level committees, they have building level committees, they have.
I'm talking district-wide,
Well,
overarching type.
See, and I think that goes back to our functions comment, right? I mean, what is our role? I mean, I don't want to inspect every. My hope is that Dr. Menzel creates whatever committees he thinks are necessary to achieve the goals. These are obviously our goals, but our KPIs are overarching goals. You know, whether that's, you know, whatever those are.
You'll see them soon.
We'll see them soon. In the governing board committees, let's say we stuck to what our functions are. So, audit, policy, whatever those 3 or 4 items are, or 3 or 5 items, those have to follow open meeting law, open to public, minutes posted. If they have an executive session, you know, they have to post for that too. Those can report back and do, you know, here's the report, you know, from the audit committee. This is what we've been working on, and here's the, you know, there's also things that those committees have to get approval for from the board, like for example the audit plan, if there's an audit plan. But the other committees, I don't, unless Dr. Menzel felt that the board needs to hear from them, I don't think we would need to.
I'm referring to.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, perfect. So, is that a goal that we would like to evaluate and explore that opportunity? Is that?
Yes.
So my reaction is that the committee structure would be more efficient if it were more efficient, meaning if it were more formalized. I think at the moment, it's just in the context of the time we're in that it has unintentionally run into other forces, and not on purpose, and certainly not by design, it's just the timing stuff. I would prefer a formal committee structure, but that was maybe 3 limited to the scope of the board, which is at a high level of policy and appraisal, which I see as risk management. I think risk management is, again, I go back to the appraisal. I think it's a very critical function, and don't feel like we have a lot of insight to do, and that, you know, that's something in the USFR that we are required to understand. So that is a legal obligation on us. So in that context, I think that's the policy committee, that's the risk assessment committee or risk management committee. I'm not thinking facilities.
Right.
I mean, the academics are clearly super important, but that's part of the appraisal.
Right.
And it really is part of the effectiveness and efficiency of the organization to carry out its mission. So that's my way in on that. I see it as something that it would benefit by being formalized, transparent, open into the public, and maybe we could get down to business if we kind of got past some of that that's holding back the current committee approach.
I think that's well said. So is that a goal that we can put on there, is evaluate those opportunities and develop them?
Right. And as an aside, I would personally like to have an update on where we are with which committees are no longer, which committees are superintendent committees and are still ongoing, which committees we feel like we are going to have as a goal to form, that we're going to create as actual real governing board committees with best practices in mind, etc. So I think that really this is a bigger, in-depth conversation to do it right, surely, and as a goal.
And once you have your goal stated, then that's what you do. You dig into it and say, okay, how do we do this right?
Yeah.
Now, I want you to be mindful of our time. We've been meeting for about an hour and a half, which I think is fabulous, and this conversation was wonderful. But I'm going to ask you to take a couple minutes now, write down goals that you heard. We will take a break, and we will get these to Gladys. They'll be posted on the board on the Google Doc during the break so that we can come back and look to see where we are. All right, so let's just take a moment to either write those down, if you want to type them into the Google Doc yourselves. That would be the blue link. So one way or another, get them to Gladys or post them on the Google Doc. We'll take a fast break, come back, and we'll see where we are. And then we'll go to the next item on the agenda. So either type them on the Google Doc or write them down and hand them to Gladys or and Ms. Wagner, and we will get them up for you after break. Is it something that I need to help you with?
No, just went away.
Yours went away?
Something I was,
Let's help you find it. It didn't go away. It's one of the beauties of Google.
no, now it just shows you and Hedgehog. But it had all of us before.
Okay, go back to your agenda.
Just typing. I was in the middle of a sentence.
Are these additional goals? I don't understand.
These are our goals for ourselves as a board to say, okay, at the end of next year, how do we think we've performed on our own goals for self-evaluation purposes?
Was that you?
Personal?
Can you get it back for us?
Oh, Connie, these are these personal goals, or are these goals, are we setting goals for the entire board as a whole?
You're setting goals for yourselves as a board.
Right, so as a board, right, in our board
As
It's
a
the
capacity.
ones
board,
that
not
you wrote
personally.
down.
the
Right,
ones you
it's the
already
ones
wrote
I've
down.
written down, yeah,
Okay,
I'm adding them right now, yeah.
Okay.
Did you get it again?
And I started typing on there like my individual stuff, and I realized it's going to everybody. And I tried to delete it, but come on.
You might want to go ahead and download it on your desktop. That makes it more efficient. You just download it on your desktop.
Finally upgraded my phone.
Oh, nice, mine's so out of, mine's killing me.
I had the 6, and I finally got
I think this is
the
the 7.
13. Yeah.
7.
Desktop.
Are we on 13? Is that what we're?
Yeah, 13.
Jeez, time flies.
Now go to your desktop and it should be there.
And it was right in the middle of my,
Was that me?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
I don't know.
Did I just took out my stuff?
You what?
I just took away the items that I thought I could put
And
in
you
my-
weren't originally typing on the Google Doc? Okay, now click right here.
That's cool.
I hate the
The
Google.
VIP
I know.
invite
Stop,
to the
stop, stop.
Yeah.
Do you see you here?
No.
Okay. Now,
Did you get the Charles one,
minimize that
too?
and go back
Yes.
to the green.
I can probably make
No,
those.
get to your,
I have so much, actually, I think November 5th is a
Yeah,
friend's birthday party. Ugh,
yeah, you might have.
honestly, there's just so much going on right now.
I was.
Find you.
Okay, I think those are the 3 that
Just,
we,
if you want to copy that over, put it on the Google Doc and we'll all see it.
Okay, I'll finish this thought though.
When you feel that you have written what you wanted to for the goals, we're going to review them right after break. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back, look at these goals again, then move on to the next item in the agenda,
perfect.
which won't require as much of you as it will require of me, and then you're on again. you done with that last one? Okay, so go ahead and go back into your Google Doc. Here's how you get to Google Docs. I work with so many educators, and I'm very accustomed to Google Docs, forgetting sometimes that all of you might not be.
Some people don't like it, that's true.
Right, get over it. Okay, so.
That seems like a you problem, Scott.
It's not only me. There's a small minority here that feel the same way.
Since we're a small number, it's too many. All right, so what we did is, let's go ahead and fix where they have red. There's the analyze and improve the efficiency of communication. So we want to see if we want to accept Google's suggestions here.
Can I ask about this refer issues or concerns complaint? What is?
You see everything above it that we took it from, you might not like how we wrote it. So,
I think Vice President Sanowski, I think you mentioned it. Would you like to explain
Yes,
that?
I did. In looking through the roles of governing board members, this was one that, this was in, I believe it was in Erica's document. I feel like a lot of what we get looped in on is, I mentioned a little bit earlier, parts of the story and communications from the public. We are expected to solve problems and make reference to the right decision, and it's not, I feel like it's not always appropriate because we don't often have the background information. So my thought was in referring these issues to the proper district personnel, rather than as governing board members, us trying to investigate or counsel or provide action to the community member. Does that make sense?
It does make sense to me. I just feel like these are goal areas for us in terms of going forward, not necessarily.
can we keep that idea in place and still capture the spirit of it? Is there another way to write it? Because remember, we're the ones who kind of wordsmith things.
Yeah, yeah.
And I hear what you're saying exactly, Board Member Hartwell's. But to live by this.
You know, there are a lot of things we shouldn't do.
But to live by this, you have so much on your plates. And every issue in a school will come to you. I'm going to tell the board. But not every issue in the school necessarily is something that you need to be spending your time doing. So is there another way we can say that? And is it a goal area? Is it something we all need to work on? I have to be careful. I have a touch screen now. I've never had one before.
So can I suggest maybe that if you said consistently refer issues of concern, complaints to the proper school authorities, you don't need to have the second clause. Because if you do the first, the second's not going to be the issue.
Good. Gladys, if you can eliminate from and down, are you all right with that, all of you?
Yeah, because that's what it would be doing. It would be helping you refrain from providing any individual action.
Yes, get rid of that and put a period after authorities. Now let me ask you a question. Do we need to have some kind of, I'm going to use the word guidelines again, but do we need to know, do we have to develop as a board? Do you have to develop as a board? I tend to put myself in any group I'm presenting to. Do you need to develop as a board a way to consistently know whether that problem a person called you with is something you need to solve or something you need to refer on? Is that something that might be a goal area that we'd have to consider?
As maybe not necessarily a goal area, but as part of this communication, I think it fits maybe in expectations of board members in communicating with the public on
It's
on
closing the
issues.
communication.
Right.
Well, it's what we've talked about quite often. I mean, this is kind of a subset of the board understanding and staying in its role and then communicating to our community and constituents what that role exactly is.
Right.
And I think if we're consistent about it, it will save us. It will be very helpful to us and the community to understand that we can't just go in and investigate things. There's a process, there are forums, there's people you need to speak to.
And we really, I mean, if you think about how the system should function, the approach should be closest to where the issue has transpired. So if it's in a particular classroom, the individual should talk to the teacher. Or if it's about something that's happening in the building, talk to the principal. If you don't feel like you get satisfactory resolution, there are ways to go up the chain. A lot of times people just, in the Monopoly game, they pass all of the squares and go directly, around the board. You don't want to go directly to the board for all of these things. And if the board decides they're going to take up every cause that comes directly to the board, then why do we need the rest of the process? It's really inefficient. So I think it's the more that we're all, doing our part here, and that also means that every layer of the organization has to be responsive. That's a part of our commitment to the community. So teachers need to be responsive to parents, principals need to be responsive, all of those things. Even in Let's Talk, we can gauge how long it takes for our people to respond. Our response rate right now is under 2 days. It's 1.8 or something like that. That's sort of the expectation, is that we're going to respond in a timely manner. We refer. If we don't know the answer, we find the person who does. It's good customer service. So I think when we're functioning the way a peak performing organization does, a lot of this gets resolved. This is evidence of dysfunction, and we want to be functional.
So we come back to my question. Refer issues of concern and complaints to the proper school authorities. That's kind of a rule, a guideline. Is it a goal? And is there something in there that you need to do first in order to make sure that we're very clear so that we can be consistent?
In other words, do we want to essentially take that sentence out? The goal is analyze and improve efficiency, and we understand that one of the issues is how do we refer complaints, and what is the expectation there?
Right.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so in this case, where we have consistently refer issues, we're just going to defer to analyze and improve the efficiency of communication, knowing that part of the efficiency is it's not something that I need to deal with, but if you talk to and to guide people. All right, so then we're going to go ahead and delete this because we haven't lost it. It's up here, but we're going to go ahead and delete where it says consistently refer. Are you all right with that, everybody? Okay, Gladys, go ahead and, yeah, thank you. All right, so let me scroll up. The next one is on board committees. And here's how we took what you wrote and rephrased it. Do we have your intent?
I mean, I feel the rephrasing is a little repetitive.
Could be. We just put on appropriate areas of focus. And pretty much that's all we did. What do you think?
Let's change one of those focuses.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they deleted it in the second one.
I like it.
Okay, super.
Personally. Well, what does everyone
Are
else?
you
It's
all-
not just
you all-
me.
That's
I mean,
okay,
it's...
I'm ready to move on. I have more things to do here. Any other discussion? All right, let's move to the next one. All right, let's get rid of some of this space here. All right, you can see what was written. You also have this on your documents. What do you think of our summary?
Question?
Yes.
Do the other governing board members feel like they have input on the agenda?
I think so there's really no way for us to set an agenda other than through, and please speak up if you feel this is not the case, because I know some people had commented on this in the self-evaluation. Historically, we've always done it. The board president works, and unless Patty did differently, superintendent brings a proposed agenda up. The way Julie and I have been dealing with it is we go through it. Dr. Menzel explains, what each item is, what's going on. We ask some questions. We ferret out certain aspects. We make sure, hey, board member X really said they wanted this included in the agenda. When are we going to get that done, et cetera. and we kind of mold it. There's really no way beyond what we do, which is, board members ask for items to be placed on the agenda via email or during board meetings, and then we try to schedule as best as possible all those items on, given, then again, we are cognizant of time constraints doing it. We could, if you really wanted to, we could actually switch to an agenda meeting where, but I don't think.
We'd have to change board policy.
We'd have to, well, yeah, that's easy. Those are just words. But, because some boards do that. I just think it's a really laborious process. And I have valued working with Julie and actually having a second opinion there to go through these agendas and ask, have we done this? Did we, so-and-so was concerned about this. Did we make sure that's in there? I think that's worked. I don't know how Julie feels.
The reason I bring it up is looking at the feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to reach out to governing board members saying, is there anything you want to add to the agenda? And usually I'll get responses and bring that into the meeting if I receive anything. So I hope you all do feel like you have an opportunity to provide that input if you have it.
So, for the sake of clarity, I mean, I'm speaking for myself. There's no input into the agenda as you set it. I have the opportunity to add items to the agenda and bring it to your attention. But I just wanted to make sure that the public didn't think that when you create the agenda, you give it to us, and then as board members, we say, don't like that, want to add that. That's not. It's adding things. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and we do have that opportunity. You have asked us that. So.
Yeah, we sent out the email on Thursday morning, if I'm correct, to everybody. So if there's still things, we have that board policy that says if you want something added to the agenda, you just have to let us know 7 days ahead of time, or let Scott know. 5 working days. 5 working days, which with a weekend is usually about 7 days, depending on when you decide.
Well, we work on the weekends.
Yeah, but that's not a working day as defined. I don't need to get into this argument. This is not English class. Anyways. If people have concerns or want things done differently, now's a good time to speak up, because it certainly helps me, and it would definitely help whoever takes on that role next year, for sure.
All right, so as we have written this, there are a couple ideas we also left out, and I want to make sure that we don't gloss over them because they're important ideas. We didn't include the section on narrative aspects, who, what, why, and we didn't talk about backward planning.
Or participating in board discussions.
Right, so do we need to add another goal as a separate goal under this section on agenda and board meetings?
I like the inclusion of participating in board discussions too, because I thought it captured the holistic approach we were presenting, not just the agendas, but also really honing in on our role. But
in the meetings itself?
Yeah, in the meetings, yeah.
So how would you state that as a separate goal?
I would probably get rid of board meetings as a goal area, and just have board meetings
as a separate?
Yeah, as a separate goal if we wanted to keep them separate.
Ms. Wagner, can you do that?
Or I would do probably this.
And then just have that category be agendas.
Yep.
Yeah, and then trying to think. That can be a bit more expansive since it's board meetings more generally. So it could be improve board meeting efficiency by.
Did we skip this? I don't think so. I did skip it.
Oh.
Although it may tie into this.
I was going to say, I think that ties in. Read what is up here first under agenda. I think this is where you're going. President Greenberg, is that where you were going? I just skipped that accidentally.
No, I think that's actually a really good one, but I think that's
separate. Okay.
I think it's a good separate goal, and I think it. You could tie them together, sure, because I think that one's really focused on our expectations of people coming to us. This is what I was thinking is what is our expectations of ourselves after those presentations are given. So I do think they're good as separate. I personally think that's that agenda one, keeping in mind what Dr. Menzel said about the need for different expectations based on different topic items.
So this agenda is actually one. We have 2 goals under the agenda, okay? So we have create formats to guide presentations, and we have focus on advisory, legislative oversight, appraisal roles with developing agenda. So we have 2 on agenda. When we go down here to board meeting, were you thinking of bringing in this information into the board meeting that is different than what we have here under agenda?
So back planning, do we have, Ms. Wagner, do we have the, how close are we to finishing the year calendar project that we were working on? With like all the legal dates of when things had to be approved and those things.
Oh, I have a running calendar.
Okay, so that's all done now. So we actually have that. Could we share that with, is there a way to have a public view or create a calendar that's board facing that we would see all that too? Like, oh, this AFR is due October 15th of 2022.
You want that right now?
No, not right now. Sorry. What I was saying is there a way to, because I think that goes to the back plan, right? Is that what we were talking about, back planning? Yes. Yeah, okay. So I think we're actually pretty close because that's something Scott and Gladys have been working on for the past few months, or actually probably since board member Beckham was on the, right? Because that was something she really wanted.
Yep.
So I think I think that's probably almost done now, or is done, and we can probably share that with everybody so that they can see an idea of when key deadlines are and everything throughout the year. So I don't know if the back plan is there. What I was thinking more of board meetings is, and that's why I kind of drafted that one together, is that it's not just focusing on that role, on our roles in creating the agenda, but also when we are participating in board meetings, focusing on those roles as well. So I don't know if it's just easier to.
So do you want me to start out with
You can just
insert governing board objectives and tasks into yearly calendar? Let's see, do back plan typical board functions. I guess we could start with back plan typical board functions by inserting.
No, I honestly, what I was thinking more of is in board meetings, just copy and pasting the focus on advisory and legislative roles. But instead of when developing board agendas, when participating in board discussions.
So the 2 are conjoined in that first part, when developing board agendas and participating in board discussions. So the last part of that is what's in blue. And I think what President Greenberg is saying is that if you capture when participating in board meetings, focus on advisory, legislative, and oversight appraisal roles, not when developing board agendas, because that's under the agenda piece, but in the board meeting itself,
Okay.
have that as the lens for the conversation.
All right, so then this whole section will be removed and the agenda.
No. I did it here. That's what I'm trying to say for board meetings and that. And I don't know if the board agrees or
No, I
disagrees.
agree. What he's saying is there's your lens at the bottom in blue on when you're creating the agenda, is that's what you're focusing on. And then during the actual board meeting, you're actually
I'm with you.
participating.
Right. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. That was very
Get there,
confusing.
but I
That's
am
my
with
fault.
you.
I apologize.
Fabulous, I get it.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to ask Ms. Wagner to create a nice clean document that we will then post for all of us to see. We're gonna move on in our agenda, come back to this. Ms. Wagner, if you'll take everything that you now have in blue and type it away from Google, because I think it's making people crazy. And we'll get it up there really neatly so everybody can see. We will come back when I have a natural break in this next section and just make sure that these are the goals that you all want to establish for yourselves. Well done. Actually, quite well done. All right, so I'm going to take you now to the next section. And this is a little bit less taxing, but I do want you to understand the strategic planning process that you may or may not be aware of. And I just have to find my PowerPoint here. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I'm going to have you take a moment. Then we're going to go through a little section and come back to this. So I'd like you just to take a moment. Here's where we are now. This is a fast interlude that gets us to the KPIs, but I want you to understand where your work tonight and our work in the design team is coming together. So before we go into kind of an overview of the strategic planning process, it's not just a strategic plan, it's a whole process. Take a moment and just jot down on your tablets, what does it mean to engage students in a future-focused, world-class education? What does that mean right here in Scottsdale Unified School District? What does that look like? What does that look like in a classroom? What does it look like with the faculty? Another 30 seconds. All right, wrap up your thought. We're going to come back to this question. I'm going to talk a little bit about the world as it's changing, and we're going to come back and answer this question. Dr. Menzel and I were talking about Otto Scharmer's work. He's out at MIT. He is a professor from Berlin. He is an economist. And he has developed this process of change called awareness-based change. It is extremely powerful. His premise, he's written a book called Leading from the Emerging Future. And here's the image of it. Oh, wait a second, something happened. It's coming back. I can't push my button. This is us, folks, in education, because we inherit what's called a system of education. It's the way we play school. As you know, it was developed in the late 1800s under a social efficiency movement. And we keep being dragged backward behind this butte as an educational organization, always thinking about past practices. The way I played school, the way I taught school is the way I'm going to teach. And we have all kinds of pieces in place that reinforce that outlook. We still have lots of kids to a few number of teachers. We still have kids coming into school by date of issue. If you're 6 years old, you're in first grade. If you're 7 years old, you're probably going into second grade. So there's still a machine element to the way we play, and we're dragged back to this all the time. And the big question for Scottsdale is this: how do we even get to this point so we know that there is an emerging future which is on the other side of this peak? So our goal in strategic planning is to lead schools from the emerging future, hence your very powerful vision statement that you just read. Scharmer made this statement, and I think it's very powerful. I will read it out loud with you. There are two different sources of learning. One is the present moment that extends the past and is shaped by what has been. And that can describe educational organizations. The second source of learning is the quality of the present moment that functions as a gateway to the field of future possibilities. And this is Dr. Scharmer's conclusion. It is the second stream of time that matters most. Without that connection, we tend to end up as victims of disruption rather than co-shapers of a productive future. Our mission in creating the strategic planning process, which I'm going to explain to you right now, is to be co-shapers of a productive future so that our students are future ready. That's what we're after. Now, in order to do that, we need to understand what's happening in the present that can give us an indication of what's going to be happening in the future, because we know our jobs are to prepare kids for the future world of work, to be productive citizens, to have choices when they matriculate through the Scottsdale system. So in doing that, we have to be aware of how things have shifted. You know, if you go back to the wheel, the creation of the wheel, or the printing press, or steam power, or the assembly line, electricity, and the computer, we're now in an era of cyber-physical systems. Let's take a look at what those are very, very quickly. This is my neighborhood. I followed on the freeway tonight, and I do regularly, Waymo. Waymo's owned by Google. It's a self-driving vehicle. And if you live in the Chandler, Gilbert, or South Phoenix, Tempe area, you see them all the time.
Very dangerous.
I think there was an accident in Scottsdale with Waymo, wasn't there? This is Local Motors. It's also out in this Chandler Industrial Park that is booming. Local Motors prints 3D printed electric cars. Their business model is absolutely fascinating. You are invited to come and help them co-create. It's a small company, but they're making quite a wave. They're right here in Arizona. This is happening in Tempe. This is Habitat for Humanity's first 3D printed house. And it's happening in Tempe. You can go and watch it under construction. This is a picture of what it will be. It's a 3-bedroom, 1,700 square foot, 2-bedroom house that costs half the money to produce as a group of laborers in our more traditional approach to building homes. This is their first venture into a 3D printed home, and it's happening right here in Tempe. Cyber physical systems. This is Garrett Peterson. Garrett is alive today. He was born with a soft tissue trachea, so when he turned his head, he suffocated. A 3D printed trachea was implanted, and now he's a regular little toddler who's functioning quite well because of the 3D printing. This is a spinach leaf. All of the material of the leaf, except for the vascular system, was extracted. It was overlaid with heart cells, and in 5 days, the leaf started to pulse. So the question is, can we replace some human tissue with plant matter? This is Sophia. She's a very advanced example of artificial intelligence, Hanson Robotics. And all you have to do is Google Sophia the robot, and she's on everything. And you'll hear Sophia speaking. Here she's addressing a group in Budapest at a yearly conference called Brain Bar with a lot of people who think outside the box. This just came out in Harvard Business Review. Quantum computing is coming. What can it do? And if you read this article, it's alarming. It's how fast and how complex quantum computing is going to be, and that will be within the next few years. It will be something that will impact all of us. John Seely Brown was giving an address at ASU's commencement 4 years ago. John Seely Brown was the leader of research and development for Xerox when Xerox was in their heyday. And now he advises many companies in research development. He works for the University of California system in San Diego. And at ASU's commencement, he made this statement. He said, you know, education used to be like this schooner. You'd go from point A, or port A, to port B. Sometimes the winds would rise, sometimes the currents would shift, sometimes the waves would get choppy. But basically, you knew your destination. That was education, by the way, developed in the late 1800s about the same time as this vessel. This is education today. And your educators in the red vest, kids aren't paying too much attention, really, really distracted. They're the ones in the yellow vest. And we have to figure how we get them through these currents that are so unpredictable and changing. Cyber-physical systems make disruptive innovations occur on a 12 to 18-month cycle instead of an 80 to 100-year cycle. This is the world we're sending our kids into. This is the world we're trying to follow our school structures in. And this is why, as board members, you're overwhelmed many times, because this world has a lot of people unnerved. So the question is, well, what do we do about it? What are our guidelines? And I'm talking about how we have to transform an education system since the turn of the millennium. It was one of my first assignments in my doctoral class, and it was something that I developed as a presentation literally in 2000. And we kept talking about 21st century skills. Folks, we're a quarter of the way through the 21st century. We can no longer talk about 21st century skills. So I started doing some exploration. I do a lot of reading. Those of you who know me know I read extensively outside of our field, and I read extensively outside of our country, just to find out what are other people on this globe doing that maybe is working, maybe an answer for us to consider. Transversal competencies came to my awareness. I was studying what was happening in the Finnish schools. Then I started reading about some of the outstanding Asian schools. Not all Asian schools are outstanding, but many are. And I kept seeing these words, transversal competency, and it really piqued my interest. So I had my assistant grab tons of articles about transversal competencies, and my team and I sat down and we read them. And we started to classify what were we seeing people define these transversal competencies to be. Keep this in mind, and I'm going to get you to transversal competencies in just a second. When I read the terminology transversal competencies, I couldn't hang on to it. 21st century skills is easy. I can always call that up. So I thought, okay, what's a transversal? I have to go back to my early math days to figure out what transversal is and why it's called a transverse. I get the word competency. Well, a transversal is a line that intersects two generally parallel planes, or two parallel lines, and it intersects at a diagonal. So this image just popped into my mind. If you think of one of those parallel lines as being a timeline, here's where we find ourselves, and you think of a parallel line being disruptive innovations, starting with the founding of our country, steam, electricity, computers, cyber-physical systems, too often we are still educating under a mass production model, and maybe we're entering computers, so we'll give the kids all computers. And certainly COVID exacerbated that need to make sure every child had a computer. It's not necessarily teaching them transversal competencies. I can say to a child, read this article, answer these questions, whether they do it in a book, on a tablet, or whether they do it on a computer, on a forum, it's pretty much the same level of thinking. So my interest is, what do we do? Because this is where our kids are going to live. This is educating kids for the future. So what are those competencies as we're teaching kids to read, write, speak, listen, compute? What are those competencies that we have to embrace? And here's what my team and I pulled together. The first area is thinking dynamically. It's a systems term. Static thinking is thinking that stays the same. It's stuck. It doesn't move. Dynamic thinking is responsive thinking. It's agile. It's my new word now. We're looking up articles on organizational agility. You'll get that next. So it's dynamic. This is kids stimulating children's curiosity with creativity, innovation, which requires resilience and determination, and you'll see that in a moment, critical thinking, problem solving, dynamic thinking, one area. The other area that these qualities of transversal competencies seem to cluster around was this knowing oneself. How do we educate kids so they develop their own inner voice, their own sense of self-efficacy and confidence? The mindfulness, growth mindset, brain awareness, initiative, resilience. I can have creative children, but if they're not resilient and if they don't take initiative, they'll never be innovative. The two are required to go together. The third area is caring about others. And I had a really great experience about 2 months ago. I've always had intercultural awareness, openness, empathy. One of my colleagues, I was talking to him and sharing these transversal competencies with him. He's in Buenos Aires. And he said, Connie, you forgot compassion. And I thought, bingo, I did. So we've added compassion to caring about others. And then our fourth area is engaging with others. I can care about others. I can be creative and innovative. I can have a sense of self-efficacy, but if I can't communicate that, if I don't know how to resolve conflicts, develop social skills, grow emotional intelligence, then it might all be for naught. We have to know how to communicate. So those are our four areas of transversal competencies. Now, I want to come back to, well, let me go on just a little bit more, and then I'm going to come back. So the design team has deeply looked into and watched lots of videos on these 4 competencies and what they look like in the classroom. And I think you're going to see them reflected in the vision, mission, values, and strategic goals. This is a statement by Tucker, not unlike the first statement you had at the beginning. He writes, "The system designed a century ago to solve a very different set of problems than the ones the nation now faces does not work anymore. Simply managing current systems is getting harder and harder. That will continue until we replace them with systems that are much better adapted to the challenges we now face." And then, in his article, 9 Building Blocks for a World-Class Education System, you will see that he's given us some tools because you have as your goal future-focused world-class, as your vision. He's given us 9 building blocks. Before I have you go back to your vision, let's take a moment. In your folder, you also have a link to it if you'd rather read it online on the agenda. But in your folder, you will see the 9 building blocks. Let's just take a moment to look at those building blocks and choose one that particularly resonates with you. You will find that the last handout in your folder, and you will find the building blocks on page 7. So let's talk to one that resonates with you. Remember, our goal here is to create a world-class education for students that is focused on the future. Take the building blocks, look at them, and I'll just go around the table. Each of you choose one that particularly resonates with you. Because, let me just finish this sentence and I'll stop talking. We have vision, mission, values. We will soon have strategic goals for your approval, but we also have to build commitments to those goals. The strategic goals and the commitments will be influenced by these building blocks. All right? So let me give you a few minutes. Choose one that you'd like to talk to, and we'll go around the table. One more minute. Okay, who wants to start us out? Yes, sir.
Number one, to provide strong supports for children and their families before students arrive at school.
Talk to that a little bit. Why did you choose it? Why does that resonate with you?
Well, at our last board meeting, we had the chart where our Title I schools were at the bottom, the other schools were at the top, and my wife and I were talking choosing education. And a lot of times those kids enter pre-K and they're already behind.
Absolutely.
And so providing supports for the families and the students.
Absolutely. We know the key to a child's success happens before the child ever gets into school. We also know sometimes our educators have those expectations because they grew up with opportunities to be enriched as preschool children, and they were very ready for learning. But not all children have those experiences. They might have different experiences that make them more wise, that maybe lead to higher levels of respect, but the actual learning that happens in school. I was working with the state of Missouri, and their entire thrust, I did their strategic plan for the state, and their entire thrust, I say a quarter of their thrust was, we've got to do a better job with early childhood education. So we do need to be aware of that and what that looks like and opportunities for all. And educating parents, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Related, I actually, the one that resonates the most with me is number 3, but I don't believe you get to number 3 without number 1 and 2.
Talk to that a little bit
Actually,
more.
a lot of these are
They do.
number 3 at the end of the day, but I look at number 1 as something that we can do. I don't see that as a reach goal. I think that's something we can do if we're committed to doing it.
Yes.
I think we should. A lot of people know this data, but the brain has developed 90% by the age of 5. It's critical. I also think number 2, this is just a reality, and it's become a more pronounced reality in our country, that underrepresented subgroups need additional, in part because of number 1.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is just, this is a
There is an order to these.
protracted,
Yes.
set of issues that continue to only get worse. And only then can I think we get to number 3, but I think at the end of the day, that's the reach goal. And I do think that's where the mission statement situates itself. But I do think 1 and 2 are the ways to get there. And I do think this district can do that.
I do
and
too.
Address 1 and 2.
I do too. And I think you're right, number 3, we have to take that apart and look at what that really means to devise this world-class coherent system. We're capable of doing all of this. And when I talk to you about a strategic plan, one of the reasons you brought my company in is because we won't just do a vision, mission, and values. If that's what you want to do, you can get that done pretty quickly. We're real interested in the long haul. We're real interested in how you operationalize those words. But I think your focus, Board Member Hartwell's, on it takes all of these components to make that work is very accurate.
So I think they all add value. I agree with everyone else, and I think they all kind of fit like puzzle pieces together and overlap. Number 8 for me, create leadership development system that develops leaders at all levels to manage such systems effectively. Because, and then you go down to one of the bullet points, create a culture in the school founded on the belief that all students can achieve at high levels of performance, whatever it takes. That resonates because much to what the previous board members suggested, we can set those goals, we can, but if we don't have the leadership to implement them and to train others and to create that culture, I think we won't reach them. So, but again, I find value in all of them and feel how they all relate to each other.
Well, and I want to, actually, if I had to choose one of these, Board Member Beckman, I would have chose that one too. One of my huge campaigns, and some of you might know the book out of Harvard, An Everyone Culture, came out about 4 years ago. And I went back to a Cambridge conference about this topic because I totally believe everybody has to lead. School systems have been developed under such a very strong hierarchy that sometimes your very best leaders are so frustrated they leave education. And we have to recognize we have lots of great leaders. I've met lots of your leaders in Scottsdale. They may or may not be the principals or district leaders, but we have to recognize that everybody in an education system is a leader. And how do we empower that? And how do we maximize the impact of everybody recognizing that you have something to contribute? We value what you have to contribute, and we all need to step up to the plate if we're going to change the system. All right. Anyone else?
Well, I think everybody here knows that I'm a huge proponent of Mark Tucker's work.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, really all of these are very important, and I agree that, 3 is very big. 4, I think, is a really important one. I think 4 is important because that's how you, from an academic perspective, that's really how we build, right? If we set a gateway, if we establish a gateway, then we build down and up from that point, and that's kind of what sets our internal standards. We have state standards we have to meet, but that doesn't mean we can't push those boundaries and really excel and use an internationally or nationwide norm standard for education across all subject lines. So I really like 4 because I think the way it's structured, at least the way Mark Tucker discusses it, is that really all the points fall into 4. I mean, that's how you build out your curriculum, and then what do kids need to know in pre-K? What do they need to know in kindergarten? What do they need to know in first grade? And how do we provide those services and get them up to speed so that we can support them? And I will say, just to Board Member Lindsay and Board Member Hartwell's point, I do appreciate the comments on items 1 and 2 and 3 because we have so much in the news is about diversity, equity, inclusion work and all this, but this is actually what we're talking about. We're talking about recognizing imbalances, inequities, issues, and how can we help support our students to be top performers, because they can all do it. Just like Board Member Beckman's point, all of our students can achieve at a high level, and that's what we hope to do.
What I love about what you just said, President Greenberg, is this concept that everybody can grow and everybody can lead. School should never be about learn or we will hurt you. It should always be about where are you now? What are your next steps to learning? You can do it, we can help. That's a Home Depot commercial that I've always really enjoyed. From my lofty quotes from Home Depot. But it's that whole attitude, and it is a mindset. It is not looking at my little grandson who's in 3rd grade and struggles with reading and writing. You give him anything mechanical to put together and he'll outperform anybody in this room. But as far as loving his spelling and working his letters, he's not that interested and might have a learning struggle. So let's figure out what that is and ensure he has success. We have highly gifted students who are so frustrated sitting in our classrooms. There was a great book that came out about 8 years ago called Losing Our Minds. MINDS, how some of our most gifted students are being so turned off in our school systems. So we have to recognize everybody has a gateway or a pathway to excellence. That's our job, to unlock what that is and provide the opportunities for students to learn and to continue the momentum that they come in with. If you've raised little children before, or you've been around little children, you know that 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, you can't stop them from learning. They're so excited about learning. They don't say, hey, I want to sit back and be a couch potato today. I don't want to learn anything. They're filled with their own presence and their own confidence. We've got to not kill that. We have to keep that momentum going. Learning is exciting, and I wish we had hours. I was telling Dr. Menzel, you want me to do this in 3 to 4 hours? I need like 3 to 4 days, because I'd love to show you what some of this looks like. And I can certainly make things available for you to view when you find the time. But your design team has been through these conversations. So here's our next task.
Wait,
Yes, yes.
might I add something?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I skip
That's
you?
okay, I have no problem speaking up.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
So,
Yes, please.
Yes, we talk about the students, and that is at the center of everything that we do, but students can't get there alone.
Not at all.
So when you look at 5, 6, even 7, those had to do with the highly qualified, certified professionals that work with our children. And nationwide, we are going to be facing even a larger, it's not a shortage, it's a retention issue. So we need to be creative on what we're doing as leaders of a district to make sure that every staff member loves working in our district and wants to come back.
It feels valued
Yeah.
and connected and important and draws others to you.
Yeah.
We have a teacher shortage throughout the country and in many parts of the world. And it's just going to get worse unless we do a better job of helping people to feel that this is an important place to be and they're connected and their ideas matter. Also, what can we do about thinking on the lines of how do we partner with universities, with colleges, and add our own master's programs or certification programs? How do we creatively plant the seed in some of our students who are just natural teachers and giving them some opportunities? So drawing the best and drawing and retaining. There's a book written by Buckingham and Kaufman called First Break Out All the Rules, and it came out about 15 years ago. It was based on Gallup research. And one of the areas that was the focus is how do you attract and retain the best people? And the principles in First Break All the Rules apply to us as well. And Tucker has captured many of them in his work. They're part of the mission. Their ideas matter. They're valued. They're appreciated. They're given opportunities for leadership.
We trust them to be the
We
leaders.
trust them to be the best they can, and we hold them up on a platform, a pedestal, instead of always criticizing. How can we bring these adults who are highly educated into rich decisions? Because they need to be decision makers. I apologize. Thank you for mentioning that. Now, is there anything else before I jump into this and get us back to the strategic plan that you would like to bring up in reference to these building blocks? Okay, we are working on these building blocks. Your design team has read the book just as you have, but I think this little article is a very nice reminder. It actually predates the book, but all the major points on those building blocks are included in this reminder. Now, the purpose of our strategic plan is to create this framework that ensures all people and all practices are going the same direction. Instead of a little an intervention over here and a strategy over there, and now we're going to try this program, we want to make sure that we're all headed the same direction, and the strategic plan gives us that focus. So what I'd like you to do just for a moment, you can go back to your agenda, and you can call this up on your own. I'll show you where it is. I would like you, Jonathan.
Oh, no, it's back.
It's back. I'm going to have you visit your vision, your mission, your values with the goal of observing that vision and the mission and the values. How are these words taking us to what you said is a future-focused, world-class education? You jotted that on your tablets. And in addition, I want you to see where we are with the strategies right now. So here's what we've come up with. You'll notice it says draft on everything that you will touch, because this is what we came up with at the end of the last meeting. We spent a couple meetings on this now. And here are the 5 goal areas and how we have defined them in strategic goals. And strategic goals, by their very nature, are large. You break them into commitments and KPIs, and that turns them into smart operational goals. But by the very nature, they're large. So take a moment. You can look at the goals, and I'll show you where they are in your agenda. Look at the vision, mission, values. How are these words at this point taking us toward transversal competencies, toward these building blocks. All right, so I'm going to give you some think time on that. Here's where you will find the words on your agenda so you can look at them closely. Three B, vision, mission, values, strategic goals, draft. Take a moment, then I'm going to walk you through what do KPIs look like, and we're going to get to our KPI work. All right, so just take a moment. Are the words we have found so far, knowing that our goals are just in draft form, that ultimately you will get our goals, our commitments, and our suggested KPIs, and then you all vote on them or give us feedback on them. But this is where we are in the process right now. Just take a moment, look at those words. Are they taking us where we want to go to create an educational experience that is future focused and world class? One more minute. Okay, let's bring it to a fast conversation. This is going to take us toward break. And then we're going to come back and move into an introduction to KPIs. But what do you think? When you think about where we're going, where we currently are as a world, what we need to prepare our students for, do we have the words to anchor the next phases of the strategic planning system on? What do you think? Yes?
I think in the academic excellence part of it, I'd like to just see students, support students and staff. Because it says provide rigorous, authentic opportunities and pathways that challenge and support students. We just talked about the importance of
Elevating the staff too.
Pushing and elevating staff to be better as well.
We tried to touch that with top level talent. But by the way, Leslie, are you writing these ideas down because I've been bringing them to the design team? So just put under academic excellence, add staff question mark, and I'll know what that means.
I sense that the difference between the top level talent and that academic excellence is the one seems kind of current present level, and the other is an attainment level. Academic excellence is something that we will continue to strive for all.
Okay, excellent, great points. Other comments?
I have a few questions to
Yes.
clarify some of the
Yes,
comments that were
yes.
answered. So in the academic excellence, the authentic opportunity, what is meant?
That means real world, and because we've talked a lot about this, when it's authentic, it's like I'm learning this, and I'm maybe problem-based learning. I'm taking this out into the real world. It is having students understand that there's an application for this knowledge. So the word authentic generally in education literature translates to real world. But if you think authentic isn't clear enough, we'll write that down, because we're just wordsmithing these. We just started this process, and this is where we ended at the last meeting.
I guess what can I just give you ask us to write down a few.
Absolutely.
What our mission meant to us, and the three things I wrote down, and this is why I'm struggling with this definition of authentic, is I wrote down technologically based.
Yes.
Current.
Yes.
Or future issues as a basis for problem solving.
Yes.
Applying fundamental knowledge.
Yes.
The application is applied to current or future problems. And authentic to me just seems almost a little not forward enough, maybe not as visionary. And then the third component of it was collaborative, because that's how we solve problems.
Absolutely. Now let me point out to all of you, and you haven't gone through this exercise, and we're not there yet, so I don't have it to share with you. Under each of these strategic goals, we write our commitments. What do we mean by these goals? Here's what we're committing to. That's where we'll put collaboration, most likely. That's where we would put always leaning into the future, the present to the future. So we have to write commitment statements, and you'll generally, for each strategic goal, have 4 to 6 commitments, and then you create KPIs for those commitments. So under this structure, you have strategic goals and commitments/objectives. Commitments is a stronger word. Your group might decide to call them objectives. Sometimes you'll find structures that'll say, this is our strategic area, and we have 6 strategic goals under each of our areas. Ultimately, the words are the same. It's just the glossary of how you define. So what we're doing is strategic goals, and then when we get to strategic goals that we'd like to present to you, then we break them down into commitments, and that's exactly where some of the concepts you're sharing will come in. But Gladys, if you would write those down, that will help us a great deal when we start thinking commitments as well.
Can I add?
Yes, please.
On the authentic front, another word that we often use is relevant. So that in the learning, there's something that's connected with something that's meaningful to the student, versus sometimes work that feels, made up in order to do something that has no connection, and which means the learning is not going to stick in all likelihood. If I learn it simply for the test and not for any other application, it doesn't stick. So authentic or relevant, those are the kinds of things that we talk about.
I guess I felt like authentic is not very futuristic.
Yes.
To me.
Yeah, and that's well said. And getting back to Dr. Menzel's relevant, we did talk about relevant, but there's been this phraseology in education, rigorous, relevant relationship. It comes from
Daggett.
ICLE and Bill Daggett's group, and he's been doing that for about 20 years, and I think people don't even hear it anymore. So that's why they grabbed authentic. But I think your point is very well made.
Yeah,
Anyone else?
I'm sorry, I had another
Yes.
question. So meaningful opportunities under community engagement and partnership. This is one I'm particularly keenly interested in. Could you expand a little bit more on what meaningful opportunity means?
And that's where your commitments will expand on that. Here's what it means to me.
Okay.
And I'm not sure it's what it means to everybody. One of my frustrations has been we bring the community in and they can come to our events, or we'll have open house. Sometimes we'll have a carnival. To me, meaningful engagement is when I have a group of students, similar to what you have at Saguaro, and they do projects, and those projects are tied in with the business, and they're really solving some problems, or they're coming up with innovative approaches to a problem, and they're in connection with. I had a group of 3rd graders with this group this district I was working with in Santa Rosa, and these 3rd graders, based on their standard in social studies, were looking at community groups and funding. So they found 4 community groups, this little class of 3rd graders, 4 community groups that were nonprofit, and that supported Sonoma County people. They chose those 4. They decided they figured out that nonprofits run if you raise money for them. So these 3rd graders had an art fair, and meanwhile they had to do a message, like an advertisement, and they raised $2,000 in one little class in a lower socioeconomic area in Santa Rosa, making partnerships with these nonprofits that supported Sonoma County and some needs in Sonoma County. To me, that was a meaningful opportunity, but you're right, if it's not defined here and you don't see it in your commitments, and we aren't measuring and defining what that looks like, and I'm going to actually, after break, I'm going to show you what this looks like from strategic goal all the way through classroom operationalizing it. But that's what our conversation was.
Okay, was what I'm hearing you describe, and this is what I hope it means, is
Mhm.
entrepreneurial. Embracing that entrepreneurial instincts that kids, I think, naturally have, frankly. So, okay, thank you. And then the last question, sorry, digging in on these, but the optimized resources. I think this is a very provocative and probably deceptively simple goal. But opportunities for all. When we talk about for all, are we referring to generating optimizing resources for student, teacher, staff, community? I mean,
I actually had an issue with that word myself, and that's one of the things I was going to do a little bit of pushback
I'm a
on.
little concerned with mission creep on that.
Yeah.
At the end, I think the generate, utilize resources to maximize. I like that part. I just a little.
The all is ambiguous. You're right. The all is ambiguous. Just write that down, if you will. The all is ambiguous.
And what's missing from this, because this group struggled and had 2 different versions, is the concept of organizational health. So there's a balance between the optimization, that's kind of the overarching frame, and ensuring organizational health for the long haul. And so the wording doesn't capture everything that was discussed either.
And when I actually will process with your design team next, I have all the Post-it notes that people wrote on all their goals too. I didn't share that with you because I didn't think you'd want to see all the Post-it notes, but we do have work to do on this. And I wanted you to know that this is where we are, because this is where our KPIs come in. It's at the strategic goal level, as board, as district, but I'm going to show you right after break how it all breaks down into what happens in a classroom by using another district as an example that's a little ahead of you in this process. All right. Any other comments that you would all like to make?
Just really quickly jumping in here, first I'd like to say that I'm very impressed by the continuing work of the Strategic Planning Committee. And how many members does that have?
It's probably down to 30, 35 now.
About 35.
There are a
So
few people
35
stepped away, but yeah.
35 out of 40. That's very impressive because it is a lot of parents and teachers, so and principals, people who have to take their time off. So I want to thank that work, and I appreciate Board Member Hartwell's questions and clarifying that, because I think that's good input. This is our opportunity to provide input as a board into the direction of the strategic plan, which is one of our functions. So that's good. We're sticking to that. And I would say that, based on your responses to Board Member Hartwell's, if I ask myself, are these areas, if you presented to them, areas of focus that I say, yes, these are worthwhile, this is something good, this is a good direction for our district? I think so. I think they are. They still need a little wordsmithing. I know that we have to get those commitments in, but I think that they're worthwhile areas of focus and import. So thank you.
My pleasure. Anything else before we take a fast break? And I'm going to come back and give you a big picture that will lead to KPIs.
Okay.
And also share with you your goals, because Gladys has finished those. All right. Anything else? Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we will take on our last task of the evening.
It'll feed into, we'll have the KPIs.
Coffee next.
In 3 months.
We asked
For the next
for it, we
18.
asked for it.
Yeah, well,
Yes, we were, it was, like I said,
We
coffee
did.
run.
See, 3 of us are saying, where's the coffee?
I will go make the coffee.
you're not going
Folks, we
anywhere.
have about 55 more minutes. We can do this.
Okay.
We can do this.
Power down.
That's right. All right, so let me give you an overview of the strategic plan. I'm leading us toward the indicators, the KPIs, and putting them in a context for you. And then I have sorry, it's a Google Doc again, but you've got a Word doc too. If you don't want to touch it, we'll touch it. You don't have to. So we have a Google Doc where we will start putting in KPIs according to goal areas. Your 5 goal areas, by the way, even if the titles of those goal areas change a little bit, they're pretty typical goal areas. I can go through all kinds of processes with groups, but they generally come up with very similar goal areas. So we're going to look at the goal areas and think about some KPIs at the large district level, and I'm going to give you the context for that all right now. So this particular system of strategic planning does ensure agility and continuous growth. And people talk about doing a 5-year strategic plan, and that might be what you decide, but if you put all these pieces in place, it renews itself. It's a very regenerative process as long as we keep our eye on the ball. This is what we're doing, future-focused world-class education for our kids. That's what we're doing. And underneath that, here's how we operate together. Here are our values. From our values, we give birth to our goals. And in those goals, we break them down and say exactly what do we mean by these goals. Your questions were excellent. And these are questions that we will be asking as we get into that next level. All right, so here's where we are. We've done the vision, mission, values. We are just entering phase 2. And that is determining what your strategic goals are, your commitments, your indicators, and then what actions do we have to take to make all of this happen. Ultimately, we get to operationalizing it, and this is where the work is, and all along the way in the strategic planning process, everybody in the design team is getting a big picture of what this looks like on the ground. So my question to you of, what does it look like for a kid, for one of your students to be getting a world-class future-focused education? What does that look like? Because we have to make that happen. So in all components of your work, and I'm going to show you what those look like with a much more complex diagram in just a moment, and I did show it to you at the board meeting. Now that we're in a retreat setting, I'm going to spend a little bit more time on it. All right, so most strategic plans stop right about here. A vision, mission, values, strategic goals, they might have some measurements. We're also adding, how do you implement and sustain these words? How do you put these words into action? This also comes from NCEE. Since we're talking about Mark Tucker, I thought it was an appropriate statement. The reason I'm reading these, by the way, is because there's an auditory recording, not because you can't read. The most important feature of high-performance education systems is that the components are aligned and designed to work together as a system. We have to build a system that works together. Now, this is the big diagram. You have a link to this on your agenda. Again, phases 1 and 2, and we're in phase 2 now, just beginning phase 2. We have to put this plan into action, and this is where phase 3 comes in. So, we always start out, when we build educational systems that are agile, that are responsive to change and to growth, you always start out with students as future-ready learners. And we have to always come back to this. Are we preparing kids today in each classroom to be ready for their future? That's where those transversal competencies come in. The person, the people, the persons that will make that happen are your classroom teachers. Because they're the ones who are planning the lessons, giving kids feedback. They're the ones who are giving students learning experiences. This change is not that we're not teaching kids to read, write, speak, listen, and compute. As a matter of fact, if our methodology is like a science lab, it involves hands-on observation, discovery learning, based on inquiry, Now there is really great research that this approach to learning, which some will call problem-based learning, is basically just a scientific method. Starting with inquiry, laying your foundation, keen observation, collaborating with others, including the literature, determining a solution that then you showcase, you publish. It's a process, it's a methodology. Those kids that go through really rich experiences in problem-based learning, experiential learning, do better on reading, writing, speaking, listening, computation assessments than students who don't. And now the data on that is getting very deep and very rich. The classroom teacher's methodology, building students as future focused, that's why all of us exist. It's to support the kids and we all work for the teachers. Collaborative educator teams. We know, based on research, that educators learn new methods and are more likely to apply those methods by talking with their peers, by learning together with one another. Not an in-service that we run, not just telling them about it, but it has to be hands-on in the classroom, dialoguing about it with other educators. What do your PLCs look like? Or your data teams, or your teacher-based teams? What does collaboration look like? To support this work of collaborative educator teams in schools and in classrooms, we need our school district department improvement teams. So school improvement teams, district department improvement teams. I advocate that not only do you have school improvement plans that involve all the educators in the schools and they really know what you're working on, which is in alignment with your goals and your commitments and your indicators, but you also have improvement plans at the district office, in the divisions, in the departments as well, so that everybody is monitoring and measuring their actions and can report on here's how we're moving forward. And then you have district leadership, which is you all. You are the district leadership. This is leadership by lifting, supporting students as future-ready learners. Now, here's where your KPIs come in. And we have a few categories of KPIs. Yours are this category. District key performance indicators. What are the big picture indicators? You're not going to measure in my classroom whether or not I'm engaging kids in critique protocol. Your measure might be the percentage of students who are at proficient and above on whatever your given assessment is going to be, whether it's AZ Merit 2, whether it's ACT, it might even be a district assessment that you've all subscribed to using, that you're at the big picture. Getting my kids there to do well on that is the responsibility of the teachers and the schools and the district office departments that are supporting the actions. I'm going to be illustrating this for you in a moment. District-wide key performance indicators, that's where you live. School district department key performance indicators, that's this group in here. The very best indicator of all is as I'm observing students in my classrooms. I give an assessment. My kids don't do so well. I was a writing and social studies teacher. I give my kids an essay assignment or some type of a writing assignment. And we agree on the rubric, and I've done everything I should to lay the foundation so they understand what the criteria are by which their writing will be assessed. And I'm really unhappy because I look at this batch of papers. I can't blame the kids. There's something in my teaching that I need to redo. In fact, my whole writing program as a writing teacher came from observing my students' writing and the continuous mistakes they were making again and again and again. I thought, that's my fault. So what system can I put in place to ensure that they're active participants, that they're receiving and giving feedback, that they're using the feedback I'm giving them to revise their work? I have to put a system in place. This is the richest data of all, but it's not at the district level. This is in the classroom. This is in the schools. This evidence should align with the school improvement plan. The school improvement plan should align with your district goals and commitments or objectives and how you're measuring. So it's all connected, but there are many layers. You're at the top layer. You're at the top layer at the bottom of the pyramid. When we go to operationalizing, we take a look at many practices that get in the way of efficacy. One of those practices is how we do improvement plans and how people are brought into really owning those improvement plans and how they're bringing them into their classrooms. If I'm a principal and I know that I have a large number of my students who are not proficient in reading, and particularly reading comprehension, then I better do something about that. That better be part of my school improvement plan, and I better make sure that I did this in high school, that all my high school teachers understand what it means to teach a child to read. Because most high school teachers have never taken a course in reading, or if they have, it was one cursory course they were required to take. But they have a lot of kids who are not reading anywhere near high school level. So we had to really take a look. We brought in Arizona State University, Department of Adolescent Literacy, and we said, what can we do? Give us practices, give us initiatives that we can follow through on. And my job was to monitor it every single week, every single month, to make sure that our kids were growing in these reading comprehension skills. I don't know that whether all of your people in your schools understand school improvement. As a matter of fact, I think it was Dr. Garrett was talking about one of your schools that was doing extremely well. And she did in one of your board meetings, because I watch, you're all celebrities to me, I watch you on video. In one of your meetings, she mentioned something about this school that did really well. When they asked about the practices, they were all looking at the same data. We want to see that, but it has to be based on strategic plan, district-wide, key performance indicators, and then your analysis of where your students are in that process. Another area that I find, and I think Scottsdale, this might be you, I'm just now learning a little bit more about what happens actually in the schools. I don't know that your collaborative teacher-based teams are engaged in cycles of inquiry. I think some of them probably are at different schools. Across the board, I don't know what kind of rich dialogue your teachers have with one another about teaching and learning and results and responses to those results. That's something that we need to look into. Operationalizing also is about your evaluation and observation system. If we're evaluating people on old practices, and it's about not getting kids involved in inquiry and creating, but it's about, am I lecturing and are they all sitting in their seats in rows, well, then we have a problem. If there's no professional growth process tied in with this, where I'm part of the dialogue with my supervisor or with a colleague, then it's just something that happens, I tolerate it, somebody shows up in my classroom, or there's a walkthrough, or they bounce in and bounce out, but is it meaningful? We have to take a look at that. And is it in alignment with your vision, mission, values, and goals? Future-focused, personalized pre-K curriculum. Pre-K-12 curriculum. Is it future-focused? Or are we having kids read? I have a fast story. My grandson, who lives with me, is in 3rd grade. And he struggles a little bit. He's not quite to grade level with his reading and writing. He's very much a COVID victim. He wasn't a kid who could learn easily online. He's just a little boy, and he is just very active. And so he was struggling a little bit, so we have a tutor who's working with him too. And the tutor was telling me last week that he said to her, as they were reading a story about a child who threw trash away in a garbage can at the park, and there was a question about it, and he looked at his tutor and said, why do I care about that? And I thought, that's a great question. I mean, I want you to throw your trash away, but really, do we need to read? Are there other things that we can be reading about? So we have to look at your curriculum. Is it meaningful for your kids? Are we reading about snowflakes at winter camp with kids who've never been to winter camp and have never seen a snowflake? System-wide equity, diversity, inclusive practices, we talk a lot about it, but are we really doing it? Personalized professional learning, all your people don't need the same information at the same time. How can we be more creative with the way we get information to our educators? And all of this happens in an authentic community engagement, which you're setting a goal around. So when we get to operationalizing, we have to look at how you run the business. And are all of our practices leading toward the results we want? So that's a picture of this 3-phase process. So here's where we are. We're determining goal areas, strategic goals, and we are moving into objectives or commitments, whatever you decide to call them, under these goal areas. So if this is your strategic goal, what are your commitments? Let's make these a reality. We're also designing a structure to ensure implementation and monitoring that looks like this: strategic goals, commitments or objectives, indicators, and what are those data sources, and this is where we're going tonight. Action plans for each goal area. Let's take a look at what we're doing and what we're not doing. Then you have to get this into your school and district departments and their improvement plans, because that's where the rubber meets the road. It's in your schools. Then collaborative teams, which would be those PLCs, and classroom evidence of student learning. So this is the structure of measurement that we need to be paying attention to. And then this continuous improvement and sustainability by implementing those strategic goals through school department improvement plans. Always asking the questions: where are we going? How are we doing? What are our next steps? I didn't touch anything. Oh, I touched the board.
Yes, it's a touch screen.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I thought, it's not my fault, but it is my fault. Okay. So let me talk you through what this looks like. Whoops, I want to go this way and this way. All right, so if you will, here's an example from another district. The strategic goal is future-focused learning. This is how they stated their goal: promote learning experiences that inspire creativity, innovation, collaboration, and critical thinking. One of their commitments under that goal was to engage students and educators in defining their own learning goals through, it's either called formative process or critique protocol. And here's what that means. In PLCs, we dialogue, we analyze. How are we doing? What do we need to do for our next steps? And we study the results of those next steps. In our classroom, you're going to see an example of a classroom. The kids are working on critique protocol with feedback from their peers, writing tribute poems or writing poems about stories about spiders. You'll see a couple different grade levels. It's a whole school culture on how do we take feedback and critique and make it real. The board KPI would be increase the percent of students at proficient and above in ELA on whatever assessment you select. Like I said, Easy Merit. This happens to be elementary, so it would be something like an Easy Merit. Then the teaching and learning department has come on board saying we're going to increase the number of teachers implementing critique protocol, which is this 4-minute process. We're going to increase the percent of students demonstrating proficiency and above on quarterly district writing assessments, which they have already instituted in their district. Now I want you to see what this all looks like. All these words now come down to the school, and I'm going to show you a school in action. Do you have 4 minutes? It's a 4-minute video. Are you okay with that? Okay, let me show you this video. And this is what all those words look like in action. This is 2 rivers, and you'll find that they are constantly in the process of asking, where am I going or where are we going? Goals and criteria. How am I doing? How are we doing? Progress being made toward the goals and criteria. Where to next? What activities need to be undertaken to make better progress? And you're going to hear the kids asking these questions too. All right. And then we're going to go into our KPIs. Okay, can't find my cursor, Jonathan.
It's there. Look on the screen behind you. Just touch the play button.
Oh,
So it
yeah,
came up
that's
just a
right.
second ago.
I'm afraid to touch it. Which do I touch?
Well, touch your mouse again.
Aha, there it is. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Teamwork.
I numbered the lines in your tribute post.
K-8 school.
When somebody's giving you feedback, they can name the specific line number.
I like stanza 1 because it has really strong figurative language.
Because our students participate in critique protocol, they have the opportunity to really understand what quality looks like and to define for themselves their expectations for achieving it.
Starting as early as preschool, the culture of revision and of learning together is better is what sets up students to be very proficient in their ability to receive critical feedback and to give critical feedback.
I have a couple of your friends' work.
Today in class, we looked at our work to see if we could fix anything.
What are our rules when we are critiquing and making our friends' work better? Yes, don't feel like, I hate your work. Very good. We should always be kind. Oh, yes.
The rules of critique, be kind, be specific, and be helpful, apply to all of the work we do with critique.
First, we're going to look at Jessica's work.
We looked at one student's work. The task itself was to use measurement descriptions to order a number of animals, like insects and arachnids.
So she read that it was half the weight of the rose-haired tarantula.
We looked at her work and we talked about, wow, how is this really strong?
What did Jessica do?
She drew pictures and she labeled them.
Interesting.
You can learn more about it and you're teaching others about what you learned.
What did you do to make that even clearer?
The way that I think about a critique is it's back and forth. I'm gonna give you some feedback on how you can make your work more clear, but I'm also getting really good ideas from you.
She could put things that are lighter at the top and write the things that she needed to write upstairs.
It shows them that no matter what, people should learn from their work. You can learn from other people's work, and there's always the potential to make it even better.
And what are the measurement words?
Lighter
And heavier.
I think there are a number of ways that you could approach critique. One is to use a high quality piece of work and have kids observe it and make comments about it. And then there's peer-to-peer critique.
I feel like we need to have a bit more rhyming scheme to it.
I've been doing critique since my first year at Two Rivers. In 7th grade, you're on a deeper level of critiquing, like more specific.
Marcus, what are we doing today?
I can be able to receive feedback to improve my peers' tribute and my group's tribute.
Okay, so think about the guiding question of how can this poem show and describe rather than just tell. Having a very detailed, concrete structure really makes sure that students sit with the work and analyze it.
So my tribute poem is on the real story of slavery. Our poem's in draft 3. We're getting critique right now, so we can move on to draft 4, and eventually I believe draft 5 will be our final product.
I'm still thinking about the poem. You should give like more detail about like who she was. I know that by the hard work, I'll end up with a really high quality piece because my friends are here to help me.
We need to make this stronger.
You're asking them to do a lot more work, you're asking them to keep thinking, and you're basically changing the idea of what it means to be done with something.
Okay.
Our students work very hard here at Rivers to ensure that their craftsmanship is really on point to best convey their ideas. And their ability to participate in critique just gets better and better. See, you just came up with a great suggestion.
All right, so go back to, if I can get there. I think I'm there. Nope, hang on. If you go back to this, you have to trust the educators in your district to do the job they need to do. You can't manage that job. Your job is to say, okay, if you like the goals and you like the commitments, great, let's go with those. Here's how we're going to be tracking at this level, right up here. Increase the percent of students at proficient and above in ELA on. Now teaching and learning, principals, educators, how are you going to make that happen? Now this is near and dear to my heart because this is my dissertation area, this whole concept of formative learning and critique protocol. When you choose your actions, they have to be based in solid research, and the research on this is very, very deep. It's feedback. It's multiple opportunities for success. It's getting teachers to reflect on the feedback. They do critique protocol with their professionals too. Their PLCs are all around critique protocol. Here's the results we got. Here's what we're seeing in your classroom. How can we move this forward? So it's the whole culture of the school, but it's based on very solid research. It's not a vendor selling anything. It's a practice. It's a practice that comes out of research. So that shows you kind of relationship about where you need to be with KPIs. Now, you know we're going to KPIs too as a design team. So what I'd like to do with this next activity is have you look at the goal areas. You can ignore the words on the goals right now because we're not there yet. We're not ready really to present them to you. But I would love for you to be able to share with us. We're going to go really fast through these. I'll come back to your governing board goals at the end so you can see that. Now, this is going to be a little bit overwhelming, so I'm going to have you go back to your agenda. And we don't have enough time tonight to go deeply into this data, but I want to make my point. You're going to need to go to the electronic agenda because it's all connected. I want to make my point that as a design team, we are spending a great deal of time looking at data. What I wanted to do with you is have you take a little time to do a data treasure hunt. I do want you to take a few minutes just to be familiar with the data. One of your PTA presidents happens to be my data analyst. She works for my company. Her name is Jennifer Flory, and she's also on our design team. She is remarkable, and she's worked hand in hand with Cindy to create data that the design team can look at. You can't go into goal setting, and you can't set your commitments and your indicators if you don't even know what data you have. So on the screen, you can see on your agenda, this will take you to some very interesting data. This is according to our goal area. So if you look down at Jennifer's tabs, you will see academic, climate, culture, top level talent, community engagement, optimized resources. That is data to look at, and I think you'll be very encouraged. Green means good, we're ahead of comparisons. Orange means we need to take a look at this. I also included for you comparative data. These are big school systems that are very comparable to Scottsdale. They're in the Phoenix area. I can't tell you because I think it's unprofessional to tell you which one you're comparing to, but trust me on this, these are big school systems, and you will see districts 1, 2, and 3. They're your size or a little bit larger. And if you scroll through that data, you'll see you have a lot more green, meaning you're doing better than 3 other districts that are comparable to you. And I wanted you to see this comparison data because I don't think you necessarily always see that. So let's just, instead of doing a formal activity on it, let me just let you have a little bit of time to look at these indicators that we've pulled together, and they might not measure everything you write. We might have to figure out what other, do we have an indicator that tells us whether kids are being innovative and thinking critically? No. Not one that's on these charts. You might. So why don't you just take a time just to look at some of the data and see what you see. The question was going to be one thing that you noticed and one thing you had a question about. But right now, let's just take 5 minutes to let you see the data. It's not going to go away. It's going to be right there connected to your agenda if you want to look at it later. Let's take 5 minutes on this, and then I'm going to give you your assignment for your KPIs. We'll get as far as we can get. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We still have to do some checking where it is. That one should be a green up. It went up 1%. This one went down 1%.
I wonder why she had it. She doesn't make mistakes very often.
And that should be 1 and not 2. No, because this is from 16, 17. So
yeah, you have to look at the top. That's right too if it's from 16, 17. Guys, there's a lot on this, so do check. At the very top, she'll have a reference, and then she'll have notes over to the right. So you might see data that you're looking at that's from 18, 19, 19, 20, but she's really talking about data from 15, 16, 16, 17. There's a lot to look at here, and because it's so late in the evening, I'd like to have given you more time, but right now at least know it's there.
I have a question on the comparison districts, all Arizona.
Yes, they're all Phoenix.
They're all close.
Yeah. Yep. They are very similar to you.
Jennifer Flory put this all together?
Mm-hmm. And she does it so fast. She just did Paradise Valley. We're getting ready to do Tucson. Yep. Cindy too. Cindy helped as well. So I always bring in your data person from the
Right.
district and say, we'll do it for you, or we'll do it with you, or we'll give you the template and you can fill it in. I'm going to interrupt your activity now because I want us to at least get started on thinking about district level, board level KPIs, not what's happening minutely, but the big picture KPIs. I recognize we only have about 20 more minutes left. Now, I stay up until 2 or 3 most mornings, so I don't need to go. But I'm assuming that probably most of you will need to cut it off at about 9. So because we are, I do it, it's just a habit, it's been since I was a child. One of the things I'm going to be asking you at the end is, what are our next steps? we didn't get done everything you wanted to, but if I hadn't laid the foundation to let you know we're doing this as a design team too, and we need to come together and do it together, then I wouldn't have been doing service to the work that's being done in the district already. So I needed to spend time on that, but I do want to call your attention. I'm on the agenda again. This data is not going away. We're not taking anything out. I put everything in a Google folder, so it is shareable, not on my own website, but on a Google folder. I do want you to call up that you can either do this electronically or you can do it in your folder. These are KPIs from principals. After your most recent board meeting, Kim Guerin worked with, wait a second, I'm trying to make this larger for you. There you go. Worked with principals and really did some great work. So in your folder, you will notice that you have this information, and it is under KPI memo to board. So after showing the data that you visited in your meeting, and you'll see that data, the pages aren't numbered. If you look at the tab, it's page number 2. You'll see the data that you looked at, and I believe it was requested by members of the board. Then if you look at the next pages, you will see really what KPIs look like at a higher level, at a board level. There's a growth measure. It's not just percent. I do SMART goals in my school. Might even do SMART goals in the district department team where you have a specific measure and how much improvement you're going to see. The example I just showed you of Two Rivers School, you bet that they watched those writing scores and they traced their kids' writing improvement, and they had very specific goals they were looking for. And in a classroom and in a school, you can affect a lot of change. That formative process that you watched, 0.4 to 0.7%, if it's implemented with fidelity, that's minimally a year's growth in a year's time, up to close to 2 years of growth in a year's time. They calculate effect sizes. It's another way you can measure. So if you look at Kim's memo, and I'm going to use the screen up here to scroll through it with you, you will see where she asked the principals, okay, how would you do the KPIs? So she got feedback from the principals, and you'll notice the structure that they used. Increase 8th grade math proficiency as measured by growth indicators in iReady diagnostics from fall to spring. You've purchased iReady. It's got some measures in it. It's got growth measures already built in. Or if you'll take a look at a decrease, it's decreased the percentage of students missing 10 or more days of school a year as measured by attendance records. So I'm going to ask you to follow suit on this structure that they started. Now let's try it and see how it works out for us. So back to your agenda, you will see in blue, E1, if you'll click on interim KPIs for 2021-22, you will see that there are 3 steps. Step 1 is to read this paragraph and highlight key concepts that you see, because you have to know that your data, whatever data you look at a large scale, will be disaggregated. We're going to look at your separate groups, and we're going to say, how are these kids doing, not only by school, but by other features as well. So if we take a look at boys, if we take a look at certain races, ethnicities, if we take a look at poverty levels, what are we seeing? How does that break down demographically? That we are going to be looking at these subcategories to ensure that all students are getting what they need. So this introductory paragraph, skim through it. I'm not going to make a big deal about having us discuss what you highlight, but at least read it. These are the sources that you determined last year that would be KPIs. KPIs are sometimes just listing of what you're going to look at. Sometimes they'll indicate an increase. And if you read the literature on KPIs, it depends on whose literature you read as to exactly how they're worded. If you will just indulge me with this wording on increase, decrease, and keep it at a large scale, that will be extremely helpful for the design team, because when they see what you think is important, and we're setting commitments / objectives and KPIs, there's going to be a really nice communication between design team and board. But these are the areas that you came up with last time. And then what I did is I created this little chart or this little table, and basically I wrote down where we are now in the draft of goals. What do you see as interim KPIs? And I say interim in the sense that we still need to bring the design team on board. So they're just ideas about KPIs that we need to look at big system. So this is the work. You don't have too much time to do it, but would you mind getting a start? We have about 12 more minutes and then we'll bring it to a close. So get a start and just take a look at these, and everything you probably need to know is right on this page, even a link to the principal's suggestions that I just shared with you, and I pulled a few out as samples for structure and wording. So let me have you just spend a little time looking at those, thinking about what some KPIs might be, and then we're going to come together and say, what are our next steps for continuing to focus on this work? Questions? All right, let's take about 8 uninterrupted minutes. If you want to go ahead and record on this Google Doc, that's great. I'm not going to hold you to the wordsmithing. Just get some ideas down there. We're all fine with that, and we'll go from there and share that with the design team to influence our work as well. 8 minutes, I won't be talking at you. Oh, that you didn't cause that?
That was the AC going back on.
Good thing the board's here.
Dennis?
Someone left the xylophone up there.
Sounded like that. Something was clicking and ringing.
Ghost.
Wasn't a rattlesnake.
I'll get my camera off that.
2 more minutes. Wrap it up. All right, folks. We obviously did not have enough time to get into that work. I don't see this as the end, but I'm glad to have your input, and I will bring that input to the forefront and make meaning of it as I work with the design team as well, which we have next week, right, Dr. Menzel?
We have it this week, I thought, on Wednesday. But maybe it's next week on Wednesday.
I'm not here on Wednesday, sorry.
It's
next Wednesday.
This is my schedule. I'm just doing stuff all the time.
Where would you do without?
Well,
Where would
you're
any of
never
us
bored,
be
let's
without
just put it that way.
All right, so next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Yes.
And I know that you want to continue working on these, so we're going to talk about that in a second. Before we do, here's what you accomplished tonight. These are your governing board goals. I'm going to read them, and I'm sure they're not perfect yet, but they're getting us a direction because we are being we're on audio, not just visual and audio. So communication, analyze and improve the efficiency of communication and methods of communication between stakeholder groups, staff. I didn't do anything.
There you go.
Are you doing it? Who's got control of this? I know it's time to close. All right, staff, board, students, parents, and community. Board committees, evaluate opportunities to develop board committees on appropriate areas of focus, legislative and appraisal, following OML compliance and transparency. Agenda, you have 2. Create formats to guide presentations that may include the following: cause, impetus, outcomes, effects, including relevant USFR and costs, and focus on advisory, legislative, and oversight appraisal roles when developing board agendas. And then number 5, board meetings, focus on advisory, legislative, and oversight appraisal roles when participating in board discussions. Those are good. Those are great goals. And Gladys has them. I'm sure she will make them available to all of you. Now, what do you see as our next steps? Instead of my writing that down, Gladys is going to record this. What do you see as next steps for a future board retreat? You tell me, what do you see as next steps? In KPI work? I'm just standing here.
So next steps, would this be, is the potential to have another meeting on this in the near future, or is the concept that, we are providing input, we're going to continue to provide input so that that can be taken into consideration by the strategic planning design team? What is the thought process right now?
My thought process is that from a KPI perspective, we're kind of having the conversation prematurely because of where the strategic planning process is. However, I think we should have some specific board identified goals for the balance of this school year. By the board meeting in December, we'll have the phase 2 recommendations that will guide the next 18 months. But what are the areas of priority areas of focus for the governing board between now, 1/4 of the way into the school year, and June 30th, that can help direct the work of our leadership team in moving us forward, that would be supportive of what you've seen here as the framing. So that's why we use the words interim, but I don't know that they're going to be true KPIs given where we are. I think we need to have something, though. If we don't have anything, that makes it really difficult to say this is where we should be focusing our time and attention.
Yes.
So expanding on that conversation, I would like to have further discussion about those KPIs, not necessarily short term, because I took to heart what the discussion that you had at the last board meeting and the points that Dr. Hartwell has made so articulately. And I would like to expand upon that as far as short term, midterm, long term, because certainly that discussion with regard to the 10%, et cetera, was, I think, in all of our minds, not adequate as far as the overall growth we'd like to see. However, your point was well made that we don't achieve significant results overnight, and I get it, but we do need to have a conversation around the duration in which we as a district can expect to see those higher achievement scores.
Can I just add to that? I have been thinking a lot about how to maybe hone in on constructively implementing where my head was with the numbers, which I still don't like. One thing I was thinking is, the guidance counselors counsel the students, you talk to them about your safe school, you have your target schools, and then you have your reach schools. Why can't we think of maybe in that layering where we have a set of metrics that are a little more short-term and we just think it's on the timeline, and then we have the next 5 years, and then we have how the bigger overarching ones, and of course these can be calibrated because as we know, things happen in the world, but the goal would be to have a system that is a self-sustaining system. And I think maybe for me, it would be easier to think about that in layers as opposed to just this whole big picture and trying to get it right with 5 or 6 KPIs for the whole system.
Just remember with your big KPIs, you have a whole architecture underneath those big KPIs that make those happen.
I guess that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and you want to see what that system is.
Maybe more comfortable with getting, and maybe it'd be easier to have the conversation about what those KPIs are if we could categorize them on some time that feed the system.
I think so too. But we just have to remember the big numbers are influenced by what we do with the smaller numbers.
Yes,
within the school district.
See, and I would even take that one step further and say that I would love to see the 3 tiers, like you said, currently short term, and then kind of extrapolating on those as we go for a longer mid duration and a longer duration as far as that, 10%, and then the, like you said, the reasonable, like what a college counselor does, and then the reach, and do that for the 1, 3, and 5, etc.
Well, one thing I had asked Dr. Guerin a series of questions, and you all saw the responses, and where I was heading with that, and I still think that is a more informed way to arrive at growth, is to assess the summer boost programs and try to quantitate over the course of this year what kind of growth did those interventions result in, because we know the price tag of them, and we have enough students, so enough data points to understand what those interventions did for their growth throughout the school year, which is the whole point, right? You did some things that were very targeted and focused, I mean, if we had did our own little experiment with that data set and then monitored those students and their growth throughout the school year, it would be more meaningful numbers than just picking a percent. It would be rooted in something we did.
Well, you're talking about an action research project. We should
Yes,
always be
when
doing
we
our
tried
own
it
action research.
On accident, we
Yeah.
kind of stumbled
Right.
on maybe having one available to us by using the summer boost programs, which had a very wide range of interventions. So that was the
I
goal
think
of those questions.
just keep this in mind, there's data that needs to be reported to the board. If you've invested in Summer Boost, we need to help people understand what does it look like to do a little action research project where you say, here are our subjects, here are the kids who did and like kids who didn't participate.
Yeah.
What are the indicators that we're going to look at?
Right.
I think the reporting to the board is appropriate and needs to be done. But we even set up a system where that is done, whereas the larger numbers, the KPIs that you're setting are not about my Summer Boost program, although I'm accountable to you to explain to the community, this is where we spent the money and this is how we know it was impactful, and this is where we didn't get the results we wanted, and this is what we think of as next steps. But teaching people to understand and putting systems in place so that kind of reporting is occurring.
I appreciate that, and I understand the point you're making. Where I am just trying to share with the board where my head is, I'm getting to a comfort level of a big overarching KPI that to me isn't necessarily rooted in evidence. And we have, I mean, it's a microcosm. Maybe it's not something we can extrapolate, but maybe it is. We don't know. But that information can be gained here. And to me, developing something that's a big, overarching, meaningful KPI set would be more informed by our own data. It just would have more meaning to it. I think it would be it would take the arbitrary component away from it.
Everybody's got to be working toward that data. And that's using data to work toward that data. So if we want to, speaking in the world of science, if we want to come up with a solution to a problem, whether it's a medication that benefits lots of people, and our big picture is people aren't getting sick because of this medication. All the testing that goes underneath that, and all the data that has to be collected to get to that big result of the medication and its impact. That's likened to, we have big numbers in a school district. You can't manage all the little numbers, but boy, we better have a system in place where we're looking at all the numbers and you're privy to. That was a phenomenal success as a bridge program during the summer. Take a look at how these kids now who are in 9th grade or whatever grade you targeted are doing compared to kids who didn't participate. And here's where we're seeing the best results. And they happen to be coming out in their math scores, or in their social emotional well-being as they enter into high school. So we have to measure those things. Do we even have a system in place to know? And you're right, that is the most meaningful data. And that's really what the strategic plan is designed to do when we get into the operationalizing. And I ask about school improvement plans, and the data teams are the PLCs and how they're working together. And we talk with our individual principals. Yes, President Weaver?
If I, as a response, I think my personal view is very much aligned with what Dr. Cam is saying, in that programs like Summer Boost that we invest in, we do need to be reported on, and the administration needs to explain why it feels it was successful, unsuccessful. Maybe it had certain areas of success, maybe it had areas of failure, and what we've learned from that and what they're going to do to improve. But the Summer Boost program and other programs that either we invest in or don't have to invest in, or professional development or teaching styles, if we move to what we witnessed at the charter school earlier this evening, those are all functions that the executive team and our teachers and our staff and directors and from the bottom up work on in order to reach the overarching KPI. So in my mind, at the end of each year, if we're looking at it and we say, okay, our target is to hit, I don't know, whatever our overarching KPI is. What we should be presented with is, okay, here are all the programs, and here are all the different things we did to meet that goal. Here's where we fell short. These are the programs that worked. These are the ones that didn't. What I'm concerned of is when we get into that really micro level of what data is the right data, what data is the wrong data, and I worry that we are then micromanaging what is really for the administration to defend to us as the data they're using and how they're measuring to get to that successful overarching KPI.
I comment, I appreciate where you're coming from, but this isn't about micromanaging. This is about having meaningful overarching KPIs that are informed by reality, as opposed to a number that looks good or doesn't. I mean, that's debatable. So to me, I don't know how we can put a number on the number of proficiency of ELA third grade, other than 100%, that is informed if we don't have some analysis of what does growth look like. In fact, one of the principal's comments was maybe we ought to think about how we're going to actually meet these goals before we set them for ourselves. And that's the process of analyzing what we have. It's not micromanaging, it's understanding with data where we're gonna go, where are we going?
We can get there.
Right?
Well,
But let me.
no, sorry, I'll let Dr.
No,
King
you
speak.
go ahead.
Well, no, I think here's the difference. If the board says, and let's just take a very blunt force approach. If the board says what we care about is 60% of students meeting the ACT college readiness benchmark, as an example, that's what we want. It's for the administration to figure out how to get there, and if that means hiring private tutors, PSAT, prep people to help Title I students and get us there, that is their prerogative, because that is the edict we have given them. What we care about as a board is 60% on ACT. We want 100 new students or 200 new students enrolled each year. We want this. All of that then that dictates what the rest of the district all works towards. It's not, the teacher, it's almost backwards. If we develop systems and then say, okay, well, this is what we can do to get to this goal first, well, then that's not really a goal. That's just you saying, we're going to do all this stuff, and this is what we hope is the effect of that action. It should be, it's almost the opposite, where we should be saying, this is what we want to achieve. This is what our vision is of a high-performing, successful school district. Our administration is the one that prepares those plans to achieve that. Am I wrong?
You're right.
Okay, thank you.
I have to comment, because I feel like that is a fairly antagonistic approach, and I'm just not looking at this process that way at all. I don't feel like we're the city issuing edicts. I don't. One of the points you made in this presentation is if the departments and the buildings and the site administrators don't have any sweat equity into this, then it's not going to happen. So it has to be able to be operationalized.
And that's where
to be able to operationalize, you have to have persuasive reason to be giving these goals. So that's what I know is use data to do that. That's what I know. So I don't know another process, and I am not comfortable with sitting in this chair saying, okay, I said 60%, so now you tell me why you didn't give 6%. I don't think that's the approach. I don't think that's what you meant either, frankly, but it sounds a little too, from the top down, and your arrows showed bottom up.
Yeah, it is bottom up. It's just, ultimately, if we're all in the same organization, and we're all lifting toward, we want kids to be literate. And one measure of the literacy might be in our FastBridge data. And we can touch that, and we can look at growth measures in real time. Another area might be iReady Math, and we can touch that, and they'll even give us stretch growth goals for each child. If we're working with data, and we're saying we want kids to be able to compute up to grade level, we want kids to be able to read and write, and when they matriculate through our system, they are they are literate, they have reading, writing, speaking, listening, computation, they have the standards, and they can think and they can create. If we have big ways to measure that, then my job as a school principal is to look at my reading data. And here's what I'm seeing with the kids in my school. I'm noticing that our average is 2 years behind grade level. I have only 20% of my kids that are proficient and above, and I'm really concerned that we've got to put practices and programs in place, and I have to measure that data. My school improvement plan better be rich with data. And by the way, I'm going to talk to my 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade teachers, because in their PLCs, they need to be looking at these tools and this data as well, because ultimately as a school, we need to bring our literacy up. And by the way, as a district, that's going to be good for all of us. So it's where the data belongs, and that's what we have to recognize, is that we're all, if we are a unified system and all our arrows are going the same direction, all of our data is about, can our kids read, write, speak, listen, compute, and think critically? And there are some other social emotional areas we want to look at as well. But then it's my job with my body of 800 kids, or I'm a high school person, I have 2,000 or 3,000 kids, and I have departments and I have grade levels, and that's where we meet the kids personally. If you have a rich data culture, which this is designed to build, then ultimately each of us are doing our job towards success for Scottsdale. So I am not at all opposed to what you're saying. It's really not you lording it over people. It really is about you saying, okay, here are some things that we're going to be agreeing on, and you have a design team that represents all your stakeholders that we're going to be agreeing on. These are going to be some big measures, but now it has to go into the departments and it has to go into the schools, because they're the ones who make it happen. But an accountability measure where we have, one thing I didn't even get to talk about today is this communication protocol we have to put in place. How are we communicating all this? How do we know that our summer, I call ours a bridge program, you call yours a summer boost, your boost program. How do we know that your boost program was successful, and what is the lesson learned from that? You know, in our bridge program, we were incredibly successful bringing in our 8th graders from our feeder districts into our high schools through this amazing bridge program. And we documented those, and when our accreditation groups came, and when I gave reports to the board, I could say, this is how we know we were successful. And we're attributing that success to, and we've triangulated our data. We've looked at student scores, we've done surveys, we've done focus group interviews, and we know that those kids who were in our boost program did much better when they entered 9th grade than their colleagues who chose not to participate. And then I want to share that with the board, because what I learned was when we took math teachers, English teachers, and science teachers, and we put them together and we said, make meaning for these kids, you have 6 weeks to do it. You prepare them for readiness in high school. You're going to have them all day, we're funding it, and we met with, we weren't a unified district, this is Tempe Union High School District. We weren't a unified district. So I had to go to Kyrene, I had to go to Tempe L, and I had to say, listen, we have this program, and we'd like your students to come, and we're going to fund it. It's not going to cost them anything. So I could say to the board, here's why we were successful. We did multidisciplinary teaching. We also talked about, at the time, we talked about social emotional, this is 25 years ago, and what it's like to be part of high school. We had kids work in small groups, we tutored, and when they came to our high schools, they kind of had been there for 6 weeks already. They weren't new freshmen coming in. So data, it's not actually talking down to people and say, you will. That's why you see increase. We always want to look at increases where they're appropriate. And by the way, you had asked the question at the board meeting about what kind of percentage. Of course we want 100% of our kids ready. California fought this for a while. I work a lot in California. And they came up statewide with no more than 2-3% of growth, but you want it steady. You want to look at your trend data. However, in my school, we've jumped 25%. What did we do? And maybe my sister schools, you have PLCs for your principals. We need to be talking about that. Here's what we did that made us so successful. Here are the practices that we found powerful. You can do the same practices. So data makes us ask questions and lets us know, are we doing a great job? In our personal lives, we use data all the time. Whether it's for your physical health, whether it's for college savings you put together, your own retirements, you use data all the time. We just need to do that organizationally because you're so complex. It has to be broken into big picture, next size picture, smaller, smaller, until I get to the classroom. Now, I told you I stay up until 1 or 2. I don't know how you all feel about that. I'm ready to go. I'm gonna go drink a cup of coffee. However, you all want to go. So we need to know what next steps are going to be, and if you want some time to process it, that's great. I'll talk with Dr. Menzel. Do you want another retreat where we go into this more deeply? You didn't have enough time with KPIs, and I knew we wouldn't have enough time. Do you want to do it in daytime hours?
Yes.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, so we provided some input tonight,
Yes.
and we can provide more input.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, what's going to happen is the strategic plan design team is going to bring
To you.
a recommendation of what those high level
Mhm.
KPIs should be,
Mm-hmm.
and it is. And that is the community group. So you're correct. The edict was that was part of my blunt example. But in reality, that is going to be something that community members, 35 to 40 parents, teachers, principals, other staff members, association members, all this have come together and said, we really think in order to meet these goal areas, these are the KPIs we want, the commitments, and then the KPIs for each commitment. That is what we will, as a board, focus on during meetings at annual reviews or quarterly reviews of, okay, have we hit these KPIs? Why are we not hitting these? Why are we behind? And you're able to say, well, here are all the sub KPIs that each department and each school and all this, we're hitting these ones, we're not hitting these ones, these programs aren't working, these ones are, this is what we've learned, here's how we're changing, etc. That is how it builds up. What I was saying was, my concern with the discussion we were having is what Dr. Cam has presented is a concept of, we said we're going to bring you guys together for a summer program, summer bridge. You as the learning professionals, the teachers, are going to develop a system, however you want to teach this program, that will make a meaningful impact. So we allowed, one of Mark Tucker's things, we're allowing our professionals, subject matter professionals, to develop programs that help students, which is, I think, what we all agree with. That's something that we want to do. We want to let the teachers have that innovative freedom. We want to provide the support and professional development and fund those things. Those things like, is 3%, is from 5% to 15% growth enough? Those are the low down KPIs, and diving into the data on what they're deciding as all that, I think, is not where we want to be. We want to be staying focused at the top end, because those all have to build up to whatever the top end is.
And we want to ensure, because those are the most important. So I'm in your corner on this. That's where meaning is made. And we want to ensure that people have the tools, the capabilities, and the expectations, whether it's how we do our school improvement templates that show cause and effect data. Cause data being, what did I do? Did I implement with fidelity? Effect data, how did it impact kids? We need to take a look at, that's where the operationalizing this process comes in. You need rich data that is meaningful, but it all feeds into the same big numbers because you're a unified district. So if I'm taking care of business here with my students, and I find that they're 2 to 3 grade levels behind, and I'm gaining ground, it's only going to make your numbers better. But you want to know how I did that too. If we really have great success, what strategies? We have to teach people how to use research-based strategies. We have to teach them implementation science, how to implement with fidelity, and how to monitor and measure their work, and then make significant changes. Where are we going? How are we doing? What are our next steps? It's a whole culture that you want to build, and it is a data-based culture. It's very much in the science world. It's data-based, but we aren't there right now. But our goal is to get there. So why don't you all talk amongst yourselves, decide what you want to do as next steps, but you are correct. We are accountable to you. You will get what we produce. And you are perfectly free to say, hey, we think we need more here. Or did you think about such and such? Or you're missing a word. This part of the goal doesn't make sense to me. So you have the right to say that. You are the Board of Education, and we do report this to you. It is your strategic plan.
So does it make more sense, I guess, is if the goal is that end of December is when the commitment statements and KPIs should be
That's
at
what
least,
we're gonna aim for.
at least fleshed out in
Mhm.
draft form, if not completely finalized for recommendation, isn't that the right time to do a follow-up at a board meeting
Mhm.
or have a separate meeting specifically on that topic where we can provide further input if we're not happy with the KPIs and data they're using and
Mhm.
other measures, as opposed to now when we're essentially duplicating their work and would be dictating.
That's why I
what they're
wanted you
doing.
to see where we were coming together. Exactly. I wanted you to say, listen, we are doing this as well, and this is right where we are in the process. And we would be further in this process if we hadn't done a large portion of it online because of COVID. Now that we're meeting full-time and in person, by the way, we need to talk about the next meeting because it's parent-teacher conference.
Do you need the
Yeah.
board to come up with KPIs, or is that something that I'm kind of trying to fish out what you were just saying here?
So what I'm saying is that the strategic planning design team is developing these high-level KPIs as a recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that when that should be done about December time. Should we, if we're doing as next steps, what our follow-up would be, I'm proposing that our follow-up is we get those draft commitment statements and KPIs, and then we review what those are, and we can provide further feedback or input if we don't like what we see or we're concerned about what we see, for the strategic planning design team to then go back, review, and then present a final to us.
So do we need to create those now?
No.
Okay.
But because you spent time, and this was one of the missions of our work, and I also know what's happening with the design team, I thought, any input you give is going to be valued.
Okay.
So that's, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. My question too, to your point, is as a team, would they rather have our guidance on what we would particularly like to see, not manage, but guidance on what we're looking for as a board now, or until they present it and then go back because maybe it wasn't what we were looking for?
Both are welcome. You're not going to go wrong either way.
It seems to me that to give some direction of what we're expecting would be a smart way to help them complete their work.
Mm-hmm. I will tell you, KPIs are the hardest things for the design team to determine. It's very difficult to get them to understand that, to be thinking that way. So if you all wanted to give us some big picture guidance of what big data you'd love to see, I welcome that. That's why I gave you what I gave you based on what you came up with just labels last year. And now knowing that Kim's put together a nice folder for you, we now have iReady. We now have, what was the other one called?
Fastbridge.
Yeah, Fastbridge. I don't know Fastbridge. I know iReady. It's part of Illuminate, right, Fastbridge? So in answer to your statement or question, you're not going, both, the answer is yes to both.
But if I can summarize some of what I've heard, it will be important to talk about short-term, midterm, and long-term objectives, that we are looking at both, not either or, growth and proficiency. Proficiency is important, and growth is important. Mm-hmm. Growth is important if a kid's 3 grades level behind and they're making a year and a half worth of progress. That's important. Mm-hmm. Proficiency is important because we want all of our kids to be successful by the time they leave Scottsdale Unified, and actually we want to look beyond. We want to look beyond graduation mm-hmm. to post-secondary attainment. We want mm-hmm. to look at skill attainment. So do they have career credentials? Because if they move into a productive CTE path, that's also mm-hmm. a way forward. So there are exit outcomes that we should be looking at. Mm-hmm. And so I think we have enough from the dashboard indicators we talked about last year to begin to flesh some of it out. What we haven't done with that group is really think about, okay, what are our short-term, midterm, and long-term goals? How do we tackle the issues of access and opportunity? Because not all of our kids come to school with the same level of access and opportunity. Mm-hmm. So what does that mean for resource allocation? That's sort of important for a governing board to think about, okay, how are we taking the funds that we have to ensure that every student within the boundaries of Scottsdale Unified that attends our schools has the support they need to be successful. Mm-hmm. So I think that they can take that short, mid, and long term growth and proficiency, so not picking one or the other, mm-hmm. with this expectation that I think we have as a governing board and superintendent, that we hold high expectations for all of our students. Yeah. We're not lowering them because of the circumstance of birth of any kid or because they came behind. We're saying we're gonna figure out a way to help them all achieve at that high level. So we're not gonna compromise on the expectations. How we get there may look different because some kids need more support. Some kids are gonna be able to run fast. How do we ensure that we're supporting all of our learners on that trajectory?
Right, and that's our goal. And I had a wonderful quote that I would have put up, but it was flickering, and I thought that's going to drive everybody nuts. But basically what our goal is, and I will read it to you, and then we will call it quits, and I will wait for my next set of directions from all of you. Our goal, and it's got a picture of a referee holding his arms up in the air, our goal is to decrease the isolation of the staff, build the collective capacity, nurture positive relationships, and impel the unceasing quest for increased effectiveness so that our students benefit. So on that, I'm going to call this to a close. Thank you for staying later with me and for actually being board members and being here in the first place. Thank you. And I look forward to our continued conversations.
Absolutely, thank you. The board will move to agenda item 5, adjournment. The chair moves to adjourn this special meeting of the Scottsdale Unified Number 48 Governing Board on October 18th, 2021. The time is 9:30 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Beckman seconds. Is moved and seconded that we adjourn this special meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 5-0 and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.